can get a fully installed kitchen for $13,599 at any Colonial location with $0 down and 0% interest. Renovate your home for the holidays at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Sale ends November 26th. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Rundown, now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Elon Musk's X filed a lawsuit yesterday against Media Matters for America, alleging the nonprofit media watchdog defamed the social media platform. The lawsuit comes after Media Matters reported ads from major brands, including IBM and Comcast, could be seen on X next to pro-Nazi posts. The future of ChatGPT maker OpenAI appears to be in jeopardy after the board's ouster of CEO Sam Altman. More than 700 workers signed a letter demanding his reinstatement or they would quit. OpenAI has about 770 employees. And stocks kicked off the holiday-shortened week with gains. The Dow rose 204 points, the Nasdaq up 159. The markets will be closed Thursday for Thanksgiving. I'm Carmen Roberts. that's your Fox Business Report, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Biden was the birthday boy at the White House yesterday.
I just want you to know it's difficult turning 60. Difficult.
Yeah, that was 21 birthdays ago, Mr. President. He joked about his age as he carried on a Thanksgiving week tradition, pardoning 2 turkeys.
This is the 76th anniversary of this event. And I want you to know I wasn't there in the first one. I was too young to make it up.
But no other president has ever been 81 years old in the White House, and it is not a laughing matter to a lot of voters. 3 in 4 in an AP survey in August said he is too old. And yet another poll over the weekend shows him trailing former President Trump, the Republican frontrunner by far, 46% to 44% in the NBC News survey. 8 of the last 9 polls showed Trump leads in a potential rematch.
We had the most secure border in our history. Now we have the most unsecure border in the history, I believe, really, of the world.
That was the former president in Texas on Sunday getting Governor Greg Abbott's endorsement as he keeps picking up momentum despite all his legal issues.
The polls are all sort of saying the same thing, which is that Biden is pretty weak right now. His approval's pretty weak.
Kyle Kondik is managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics.
One other thing that we saw in this poll that we've seen in a lot of others that I'm sort of skeptical about, but I mean, again, the numbers are all pretty similar, and that is that Biden is very weak amongst some core Democratic constituencies, specifically young voters. A lot of these polls, including this one, have Trump either leading or tied with the youngest voters, which doesn't really accord with how the electorate typically has performed in recent years. You know, young voters are generally pretty Democratic leaning. And I find that sort of hard to believe that would actually happen in the results come next November.
Kyle, 18 to 34 in particular, within this NBC poll, former President Trump leading President Biden in that group. The president won in 2020 in that age group overwhelmingly. Is this the age issue here? Because 59% of voters in this poll say they have major concerns about the mental and physical health of President Biden.
Yeah, I think the age factor is part of it. I also think that young voters in general, you know, that was a weak spot for Biden in the 2020 primaries as well. So there's just probably some, you know, generational thing going on. You know, it's possible that I think the younger generation, you know, as they look at the kind of taking sides in, you know, is the Israeli versus Palestinian conflict, younger people are, you know, a little bit more open to siding with the Palestinians, and that might be part of this too. Although, of course, former President Trump is going to be pretty pro-Israeli too in that fight. So, again, I think there's a lot going on here. I just don't. You know, I just don't see a gigantic swing toward Trump amongst young voters.
Right, and we've seen in polls also black voters seemingly more interested in the Trump campaign this time around. Hispanics as well. Former President Trump doing much better there. The Hispanic vote, do you think that's related to border policies?
It's possible. And we did see some, you know, that even though Trump lost in 2020, he did do better amongst non-white voters, generally speaking, in 2020 than he had done in 2016. You know, that is still in aggregate a Democratic-leaning, but pretty strongly Democratic-leaning constituency, particularly black voters. But again, I think it's possible that the polls are maybe overstating the swing to Trump among some of these groups. But again, that doesn't mean it's somehow a great thing for Biden or something. I mean, it's certainly not.
Yeah, and I guess the concern beyond, I mean, this is a national poll. When you broke it down in other polls recently by battleground state, it wasn't good for President Biden. I mean, these are the key states that we expect the election to hinge on again. And the former president has leads, sometimes double digits in some of these states, depending on the poll you look at. That's also a big concern, which is why you see these stories about Democrats worried.
Yeah, and, you know, the tricky thing, though, is, that, you know, you do have an incumbent president running for re-election, and there's been really no indication that he is thinking about stepping aside. He does not really have a strong challenge within his own party. Dean Phillips, the House member from Minnesota, recently jumped in, but he's not like a grade A challenger. You could make a compelling argument as to why Democrats maybe should look at some other candidates more seriously than they are, but that's not really happening. That's the world we're living in right now. Biden, of course, has a lot of weaknesses, but a replacement could very well have weaknesses too. So it's a tricky problem for Democrats.
Well, the Washington Post over the weekend had this story. Everybody is wetting the bed inside of Biden world. And that's a quote from a fundraiser that an unnamed one that they spoke to in the article. And in the quote is, "It's really an unhappy confluence of Biden world donors, cocktail party friends saying, can't you get him not to run? Which is stupid and absurd if you know Joe Biden." And the story talks about how they wanted them to do more polling. He's got to have a better message on the economy. Bidenomics is not working. It's malpractice. How can they get the message to the White House to make changes?
Well, look, I mean, it's ultimately up to the White House to determine, one, if Biden's running again, which, again, it seems full speed ahead on that front. And also, what their messaging is going to be. It does seem like there's some indication this, so-called Bidenomics term is not really working all that well, because fundamentally, whatever the unemployment rate or GDP growth is, or whatever, positive job indicators you could point to, the public just isn't really feeling it.
He gets killed in the economy polls, especially over inflation.
He definitely does. That's one thing that comes out loud and clear from these surveys, beyond just the horse race, where again, Biden is doing poorly as well. But, I sometimes think like, oh, well, like you look at the Democratic Party, say, oh, well, they should do something. They should stop Biden. Well, it's like, who's they and what power do they have? They don't have the power to prevent the president from running again. Now, should the White House be thinking hard about how they're going to run this campaign and how well Biden is doing? Of course they should, because again, the numbers are what they are right now.
It seems the only one who could is President Biden himself. And we do have precedent in the past. I mean, you look back to 1968, President Johnson decided against running for another term. His vice president, Hubert Humphrey, stepped forward, of course, lost the election to Richard Nixon. Is that possible again? Do you think that there is another Lyndon Johnson type moment in our future, or no?
Look, it's possible. I mean, again, this Biden versus Trump matchup seems so set, and yet there are questions about both of them enough that you could anticipate one or both of them not being the nominee for one reason or the other. It's a sort of thing you have to keep in mind, but that based on what we know, you wouldn't really predict, because there's just not any real evidence of that happening. But what if we're in March and April and the numbers look the same, and Biden, might be, starts to think that he's on track to lose or something like that? Maybe he does decide to leave the race or something. I mean, again, it's of course it's possible. It's just there's not really any indication at this point that it would happen.
All right, now of course we've talked a lot about the president's age. Donald Trump, he's no spring chicken. He's 77. Over the weekend, one of his rivals, Ron DeSantis, the Florida governor, he said the presidency is not a job for an 80-year-old, and he continues to go and say that the former president is not the guy he used to be in 2015 and 16. And let me play for you what DeSantis told CNN State of the Union on Sunday, that if Trump is the GOP nominee, the Democrats and the media will have a field day in the campaign.
You're going to see scorched earth. You're going to see all this stuff brought up from the past, and the whole election will end up being a referendum on Donald Trump, and Biden will be able to hang out in the basement, and I think he'll be able to get away with it again.
So he calls the former president a high-risk proposition. Obviously, DeSantis is running for the nomination against him. What do you think?
I mean, Trump is a high-risk proposition, just like Biden is. I mean, you can easily point to problems for both of them. But again, it's also not obvious that the Republicans would be better off picking one of these other candidates, because, it's possible that there are pieces of the Trump coalition that a Ron DeSantis or a Nikki Haley might not actually be able to activate. So maybe they're able to cut more into some of Biden's core constituencies, but maybe they don't excite their own core constituencies enough. But yeah, I mean, Trump obviously has a lot of baggage. And I think the scenario that DeSantis laid out there is something you could imagine happening, that when you actually get to the campaign for the general election next year, all of a sudden maybe Trump's problems become more prominent than Biden's, and that is helpful to Biden. I mean, I think part of the president's problem right now is that the focus is sort of more on him.
Of course, there is a chance that the former president could be on trial as we hold the election. I mean, they want that for Georgia potentially. I mean, we have that wild card. We have a lot of these criminal cases hanging over the head of Donald Trump.
Yeah. And again, that's, it's obviously something ongoing, but I don't think it's, at the forefront of the campaign right now, but it will be when and if that's happening and he's either the nominee or he's on track to be the nominee. So again, a lot of this stuff can be fluid, even though I guess you'd think, well, hey, both Biden and Trump are pretty well known. So maybe the polls are predictive this far out. And if they are, then obviously Biden's in trouble. But I think it is probably going to be a little more fluid than that.
It's interesting too. It's not just Trump issues when it comes to legal problems. There was that October AP NORC poll. 35% believe that President Biden's done something illegal related to his son Hunter's business dealings. 33% more say he acted unethically. Only 3 in 10 say he did nothing wrong. That's not good for the president either.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if the House Republicans actually try to move forward on impeachment. Again, it doesn't necessarily seem like they have the goods, although, of course, if there's a majority of the House willing to vote to impeach the president, they can just do that. Yeah. It doesn't really matter whether the case is strong or weak or whatever. They have the power to do that. Now, at this point, you certainly would not expect the Senate to convict because you would need a significant number of Democratic senators to do that. And I think at this point they'd probably lose Republican senators as opposed to Democratic senators if there was an impeachment trial in the Senate. But that is something to monitor. And of course, with Trump's legal problems, which are certainly more real and immediate than whatever Biden's issues might be, given that he's been indicted several times, Trump is going to be trying to muddy the waters. And I think that's the argument he would make. And whatever you think of it, Trump is pretty good at muddying the waters, I think, on a lot of things.
Kyle Kondik, managing editor of Sabato's Crystal Ball at the University of Virginia's Center for Politics. Great to get your insight. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Downtime. Tom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE, 844-53-BIBLE.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Quarterback Jalen Hurts here for Window Nation, the best team for window replacements. They've drawn up the game-winning plan for you to save on new windows.
Call us today. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
You'll receive installation by pros dedicated to perfect execution. Huddle up with Window Nation today.
Take advantage of the buy 2, get 2 free offer, plus get 0% interest for 60 months. Call 866-90NATION or go online at windownation.com. That's 866-90NATION or windownation.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
You know that feeling when you've really nailed it in the gift department? That's how I feel every year when I send everybody on my list, friends, coworkers, family members, the tender, juicy, unforgettable flavor of Omaha Steaks. That's right. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Black Friday, Cyber Monday sales at Omaha Steaks means you save 50% off. Plus, when you use my name Zioli, you get an extra $30 off your order. That's right. Minimum order may be required. Everyone loves Omaha Steaks and nobody returns this. This makes people happy because it's unforgettable flavor. Tender, juicy, from filet mignons to chicken to burgers to absolutely amazing desserts and side dishes. It's all there for you. And you save 50% off site-wide on guaranteed perfect gifts during the Black Friday and Cyber Monday sales. Use my name Zioli at checkout and you get an extra $30 off on the world's best beef, naturally aged for the ultimate in tenderness, juiciness, and flavor. 5 generations of family-owned. OmahaSteaks.com, promo code Zioli. Do it today. This sale won't last. OmahaSteaks.com.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Hamas claims it's nearing a truce agreement with Israel that would lead to the release of about 50 of the 200-plus hostages.
The deal could see Hamas returning hostages in exchange for Israel's release of jailed Palestinians, and more aid would be allowed into Gaza. None of this is confirmed, though. Israel isn't commenting at all right now.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. A man opened fire in a Walmart near Dayton, Ohio last night, injuring 4 people. Beaver Creek police say the gunman killed himself. If you're heading out today for the Thanksgiving holiday, be prepared for weather interruptions and delays.
But there's a few storm systems out there that might throw a little bit of a wrench into some people's plans. We're talking heavy rain and snow, both set to hit both coasts over the Thanksgiving week. That's due to several weather systems.
Fox's Bill Maluzhin. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Just like in Super Bowl 57 earlier this year, the Eagles and Chiefs played a tight game that came down to the wire. But this time, Philadelphia came out on top 21-17. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs had a chance to win with under 2 minutes left in the game, but it slipped through their fingers.
2nd down and 10. Good protection, aired out. Valdez-Scantling dropped it.
That was the call on ESPN. Other news for the 2nd year in a row, the Jets are benching quarterback Zach Wilson. Tim Boyle will start in his place for New York's game Friday against Miami. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There are no perfect systems or answers to college football's playoff system. Let me just say that first and foremost. I like what we have. I like where we're going. But the week is going to be dominated by Ohio State and Michigan in the matchup and the previews, the hype. Enjoy it. Soak it in, because the magnitude of this game for what it means, in effect, it's a playoff game. Michigan and Ohio State, though, we know it means more from the impact of what has gone on off the field with Michigan. I think the average football fan looking for some gridiron justice with all of this. We're still going to have the possibility of seeing this matchup twice. And the fact that if this were next year, there are no divisions anymore in the Big Ten moving forward. Right now, just be the top team against the second team, and that would be Ohio State and Michigan meeting again the following week for the Big Ten championship game. We could see Ohio State and Michigan 3 times over a 2-month span moving forward. I don't like that.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Times are tough. Sometimes a paycheck just doesn't cut it. Today, more people than ever need our help. I'm Ernie Russell, Board President of the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. Through the annual appeal, nearly 1 million people in our community receive help through shelters, soup kitchens, schools for special education, and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day. You can recover. Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Raymond Arroyo.
What's on your mind?
Each year, a pair of turkeys are brought to the White House for the president to pardon, to be spared from a deeply tanned appearance on the executive dining room table. What most don't know is that this national tradition was founded by the youngest member of the Lincoln family and helps shed light on the origins of Thanksgiving as a federal holiday. While researching my new picture book, The Magnificent Mischief of Tad Lincoln, I discovered that Abraham Lincoln's son, Willie, caught a fever and died in the White House. Grief overwhelmed the entire family, even as the Civil War dragged on. To cope with their shared grief and sustain each other through some of the country's darkest days, Abraham Lincoln and his youngest son, Tad, became inseparable. The president delighted in Tad's hijinks and mischief. Tad accompanied his father to major speeches, to review the troops, and in the evening reclined next to the president's desk as Lincoln heard pardon requests, sometimes late into the night. Lincoln's personal losses made him sympathetic to those who ventured to the White House. Lincoln's cabinet hated the president to hear these personal pardon requests, as he granted 82% of the cases he heard. The year 1863, it was the year the president signed the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing the enslaved people, the year he offered the Gettysburg Address, the year he granted the South full pardons and return of property if they rejoined the Union. It was also the year that an important turkey arrived at the White House at Christmas time. Tad, who was still mourning the death of his older brother, befriended the bird and named him Jack. He taught the turkey tricks and walked him around the White House grounds on a leash. Tad had a playmate again. Then, just before the holidays, the White House chef took Jack to the kitchen to prepare him for the Christmas feast. A shaken Tad scooped up his turkey and raced upstairs, barging into Lincoln's cabinet room. "That executioner in the kitchen means to kill Jack. It's wicked. You can't let him," Tad cried. Moved by Tad's pleadings, Lincoln reached for his pen and granted Jack the turkey a full reprieve of execution and instituted the first White House turkey pardon. The same mercy and forgiveness that drove Lincoln to grant Tad his pardon also animated his efforts to unite the country. That same year, Lincoln established Thanksgiving on the national calendar. Before that time, 21 of the 29 states celebrated the holiday, but there was no agreed upon date. Lincoln fixed that, proclaiming Thanksgiving as the last Thursday of November. But he did something more. He refashioned the day as a call for national unity, predicated on forgiveness. Oddly, the tradition of presidential turkey pardons begins with Lincoln, but would take 100 years for another president to continue. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy was presented with a turkey, wearing a sign reading, "Good eating, Mr. President." Kennedy felt pity on the bird. "Let's keep him going. It's our Thanksgiving present to him," Kennedy said. But the word pardon, in reference to a turkey, was not formally used in the modern era until 1987. When President Ronald Reagan received the annual holiday turkey at the White House, he was asked by a reporter if he intended to pardon aides involved in the Iran-Contra affair. Lincoln pointed at the 55-pound bird, joking, "I'll pardon him." Ever since, every president since Reagan has formally pardoned a Thanksgiving turkey. Tad Lincoln's legacy goes on. So this year, when you see those Thanksgiving turkeys, think of Tad Lincoln and his pa, who believed that mercy and pardon heal all wounds, even those of the nation. I'm Raymond Arroyo.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
The government is spying on you. No surprise, I know. But did you know the banks are helping them? And did you know that withdrawing your cash from the bank can be very risky? That's right. Let Swiss America educate you about this. Banks are now required to spy on us for the government, and they report any behavior they think is suspicious. You'll be shocked when you read The Secret War on Cash from Swiss America. This new war against cash is really a war against the Constitution, against all freedom-loving Americans. You must read The Secret War on Cash. Get your free copy by calling or texting 800-258-9968. 800-258-9968. This war on cash is growing daily, and it also includes all forms of digital money. So please get and read The Secret War on Cash free by calling or texting right now at 800-258-9968. 800-258-9968. Message and data rates may apply.
Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? We're not talking about those cheap wraps that cover your old bath. PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just one day. It is surprisingly affordable and it comes with a lifetime guarantee. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/radio. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/radio. That's BARTESIAN.com/radio for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/radio.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we believe in giving you the tools you need to pursue your healthiest life. From premiums as low as $0 per month to health discounts and cash rewards, it pays to have coverage with Independence. With the strongest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free 24/7 virtual doctor visits, you can feel confident that quality care is always within reach. Learn more about your coverage options at ibx.com.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partner programs. That's SEPTA.org/partner programs.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And good Tuesday morning to you, Philadelphia and New Jersey and that little slice of Delaware. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal and Company. And I tell you, I didn't plan on staying up late last night, but I felt the spirit of Dawn Stenslin.
Uh-oh.
I felt Dawn would have known if I had gone to bed at halftime.
That would be a sin, right?
I would have been on the discipline couch this morning. Had I not, I got little toothpicks in my eyes late at night. I'm actually watching in bed on my phone. And I have to tell you, wow, what a game last night. And Gregory and I were talking before the show. This reminds me, when I was a kid, those old NFC Central fights between the Packers and the Bears on the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. You know, and the only thing missing was mud. You know, that's the one thing. I love the fact that the elements were at play last night. It wasn't a dome stadium. Everybody in the crowd was dealing with it as well as the players. I missed the mud. I wanted these guys down there wrestling, smash mouth football in the mud. But congratulations to the Eagles. What a game.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dawn, were you able to go to sleep after that win?
Hardly. I mean, but they scared us. You know?
Oh, yeah.
They scared us in the beginning, but came through for us. So
Yeah,
we got some highlights.
Yeah, how about Travis Kelce with those fumbles, those drop passes?
Well, he caught 7 passes, and then that fumble is what hurt him. But I don't even know the name of the hyphenated chief who lost that pass that was in his hands, and he was 2 steps past the defender. How does that guy feel today?
Yeah,
I don't care. The Eagles won. God bless them. When do we do the Eagles wrap up here? Because I went to bed thinking I can't wait to hear Dawn because she's got the clips.
We have the highlights.
She does the setup.
Yeah, we have the highlights. We'll do it in sports when she gets to her news in 30 seconds.
All right, so we'll kick things off. It is Tuesday, just 2 days before Thanksgiving. Nick is in Nashville. He was pre-gaming before the game.
Yeah, can we stop with the tweeting? Like, you're supposed to be on vacation with your family. Like, enough.
Well, he was. He was at a bar with his wife.
Yeah,
you know,
and we saw every picture and everything he was drinking and enough. My Lord.
You have no dominion over him when he's on vacation.
Twitter will be the death of me with these people here.
Oh, it doesn't make me sorry at all. Anyway, we have much to get to today, a lot of things to cover today. And so let us kick things off with the news with the great Dawn Stenslin.
Yes, and so much to talk about, and there's a lot of weather, could be some severe weather moving through that could affect travel plans, so we'll talk about that this morning. But I will begin with our sponsor this morning, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon is sponsoring our news and our great Eagles victory this morning. It's what everybody's talking about, unless, of course, you live in Bucks County, where the SPCA is offering a $2,500 reward for any information leading to an arrest and conviction of whoever shot 2 cats. This happened in Falls Township, and in the middle of the day. And the one white cat is named Tootsie, was found shot and killed. The black cat is named Josie, was found shot and injured but survived. And so everybody this has gone viral. Everybody's talking about it. There are these big red reward posters all over on polls and on social media everywhere. $2,500 reward. SPCA, and whoever did this, if they can catch them, maybe look at your surveillance video if you have one of those door, videos for an alarm, because they're saying call 844-SPCA-TIP, TIP, or 844-772-2847. So it's the Bucks County SPCA.org putting out this reward for some psycho who shot these 2 cats. They were pets. They had little bells on them, had little collars. It's really a pretty sick
So they were
thing.
up for adoption, and somebody came into the shelter and shot them?
So no, the SPCA is offering it, but these were not at the shelter.
Okay.
These were in Falls Township.
They were pets.
Pets in somebody's yard.
Pets. Okay.
In their yard, on their back patio. right in the back patio.
Wow.
And the people who will abuse pets and injure pets like this are typically
psychos.
Yeah, bad people who will do even worse to humans.
Yeah, they deserve to be put down.
Wow.
The black cat named Josie was shot in the eye. That's what's, this was very specific. This was somebody this was not an accident. And so in a serious way, because what do we always say? Serial killers, how do they start? Animals.
Exactly. Hideous human beings.
So,
Death penalty for them.
So we had to talk about that. We also have to, there's so much news today. And in Israel, Hamas, that situation began on October 7th. We still have so many hostages, and there's concern as to how many hostages are still alive. But there is word this morning that they are very close to some kind of an arrangement to at least turn over some of those hostages. So many families praying as we head into the holiday weekend. And as well, as we talked yesterday a lot about the SEPTA police officer strike. So they've averted that thus far, but they are back in talks. And the union has said, we're not going to rule out striking. We need to get her done, as they say. So we're talking about that this week as well. Let's talk about quickly this cross-country storm over next several days could definitely disrupt Thanksgiving travel nationwide. Flash flooding is possible overnight tonight into tomorrow, and that's here on the East Coast. So the storm is expected to dump a lot of rain, actually snow in the west, and even in the north, like northern New York. So it's now marching east. It's coming our way and bringing damaging winds and potential hail, tornadoes to the south. So a lot of weather warnings. By the way, we were in a code blue last night. It was so cold. So this wacky weather. So we'll talk more about the forecast, how it may affect you as well. Let's get to the Philadelphia Eagles. We won in Kansas City in their house, 21-17. Yes. So the Chiefs took the early lead. This was the bad part. We've got the bad, then we've got the good, and then we've got the victory. So the Chiefs took the early lead with a go-ahead TD to take the early lead in the first quarter. Cut A.
Mahomes is back. He's looking. He's still looking. He starts to run. He fires, and wide open deep in the end zone for a touchdown. Wide open 8 yards deep is Watson. Justin Watson.
They just lost Watson in coverage this time.
Yeah, once that whole first the first half, the Eagles did not look good. They came out and they adjusted, and the second half they looked much better. But that first half was just like, oof, this is not going to be a pretty game.
So running back DeAndre Swift getting plenty of opportunities as he tied up the game early, 7-7.
Swift stays in. Hurts gives it to Swift. He is racing into the end zone. Touchdown.
He just outruns him. Really good blocking, but Kansas City has a defender there, but Swift just outruns him to the corner to get to the end zone.
And so one of my favorite parts was when Jalen Hurts ran for a pair of touchdowns, including that go-ahead push, the tush push, which I love.
Yeah.
I know they like to call it something else, but I like tush push myself.
It's the tush push.
It's
the
the
league
tush
has
push.
finally given up.
Push.
It's not what is the league trying to call it?
You like that better than brotherly shove?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny.
Yeah, tush push, because that's what it is. So Jalen Hurts takes matters into his own hands, third quarter with a big TD run.
Hurts takes the snap. It's a quarterback keeper. He runs up the middle. He scores. He scores.
Big time play right there, Jalen Hurts. And the blocking was exactly what he needs. No hesitation. The ball is snapped. They create that lane off the right side, and Jalen Hurts sticks his foot in the ground, gets to the end zone.
So the Eagles then hold off the Chiefs for a final score, 21-17. Merrill on the call.
What a terrific win. 21-17. The Eagles are 9-1.
Master of the obvious.
And they beat the team that many believe is the best in football.
I mean, very low energy, Merrill Reese.
Well, I just think he was he was classy. He's being classy and sort of elegantly stating.
Okay. Yeah.
Were
You know?
they in Kansas City?
Yes.
Were they?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're in a booth in an old stadium, because Arrowhead's not a new stadium,
Yep.
you're next door to probably a local broadcaster, so you don't want to get shit. If you're in the booth and you're standing up, the Eagles win, the Eagles, you know that some of those Kansas City clowns are going to come in there and go, hey, keep it down.
Well, I will, point out that, we all know Andy Reid, and I love Coach Reid, but he's our former coach at this point. First time we've defeated our former coach Andy Reid for the first time in 5 games since he was fired by Philadelphia, landed in Kansas City. So I know that's probably not as classy as Merrill Reese would put it, but I had to say it.
Well, he had a very Andy Reid-like press conference, and anybody who's been in this area for a long time has heard Andy Reid said, "We just got to do a better job." Thank you, Coach. No S.
Yeah. Dom has some great Andy Reid stories too about the Mormon Tabernacle Choir singing.
By the way, all that audio courtesy of our sister station 94 WIP.
Yeah, thank you to the whip.
I think the biggest thing for me about that game was the Eagles shut out Kansas City in the second half.
Yeah, I know.
And, if you're sitting there watching the game, as Gregory was saying, the first half you're going, oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy. Things were kind of we got that second play of the game sack.
Yep.
And I thought, hey, this is defensive. But for the Eagles defense, which has not been given a lot of love by the national media, to hold Kansas City to Zippo.
Yep. Yeah,
second half.
They came out in the second half and adjusted. They did a great job, and I mean they beat the best team in the AFC, and I don't know. All good things are yet to come, and then short week they have the Buffalo Bills. So
on Sunday.
Yeah.
And we host home game.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
Yeah, we're 9-1. We're the winners. So our forecast, real quick, I know.
I'm sorry. I love when Doug goes, we're the winners. We're the winners. Shut up.
We're all just so happy. But still some Eagles fans always find a way to go, oh, but did you see? You know what I mean? And they find, for some reason, want to say something negative.
Yeah, there's nothing positive. There's nothing negative to say about last night's game.
Listen to the brand manager, would you already?
Thank you.
So I just want to point out to you the hourly. It looks like the rain begins around noon-ish, depending on where you are, but it becomes heavy around 3 to 4 p.m. So the showers in the morning will become steady rain during the afternoon hours. The high today, 49 degrees. We're looking at 20-mile-an-hour winds. The chance of rain today, 100%, and rainfall, especially late tonight into the morning, we could have near 1/4 of an inch of rain. So this is some heavy rain. However, tomorrow morning we clear out 61 degrees, and we do clear out, yes. So hopefully, if you're not like us, traveling early in the morning, but maybe push off the travel till a little later, then, of course, it'll be nice. The sun will be out, 61 beautiful degrees for Thanksgiving Day, 54 degrees, bright sunny skies, lower wind. And then for your weekend, looking at Friday, partly sunny, 49. The weekend for Saturday, 41 degrees for your Saturday. Much cooler on Saturday, warming back up to 48 degrees for your Sunday. So the big travel concerns, maybe not necessarily for us. It's if you're leaving here and you're going elsewhere, you're going to run into weather if you're leaving tomorrow morning. Do you know what I'm saying? So just watch for those delays moving forward. And that is, and I have to talk about a spa day because you know what? I deserve a spa day. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa. Our Philadelphia Eagles deserve a spa day. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations. Glen Mills, Springfield, and of course here in Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where of course gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com, and this is Kayal & Company News Live.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. Yeah, I was just scanning over on the YouTube channel because I'm really hoping we get to 5,000 this morning.
We're getting. I think we're seven away. So
well, come on, people.
We just need 7 people to go over to the YouTube channel at 1210 WPHT and hit the subscribe button. So, yes, hit the subscribe button if you have not done so. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Help us get to 5,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I just want to send the text to Nick. 5,000. Here we go. Opelka was here for it.
Yep.
I know. He'll have something to say. What a great night. And for JC the Third, who's not a fan of the sports talk.
Oh,
what was it? 5 minutes we talked about
for
sports
God's sake.
on the station. It's civic pride.
You can never make everybody happy. So just don't try.
Yeah,
that's what I do.
Know. Yeah, but it was good entertainment. Yeah. And I watched the pregame.
Yep.
And tortured my wife with the pregame, and she goes, "When do they play football?" Because
yeah, I know. There's a lot of pomp and circumstance.
45 minutes of pregame.
Yep.
And she goes, why do they need 6 guys sitting at a table out in the rain telling us who's going to win?
Yeah.
So I have no idea.
I switched over to ESPN2 and watched some of the Manning cast. Eli and Peyton do that. And their guest was Mark Wahlberg. Well, their first guest was Mark Wahlberg. And they're first of all, he's an awful interview. He just does not.
Really? Because I love him.
Oh, God, he just gives nothing. Like
he's eye candy. That's all he is, Sean. His job is to say the words other people write.
They call him they ask him questions and he gives like one word or one sentence answers. It's just like there's no back and forth. But the thing I take issue with was that they called him an honorary Philadelphian because he played in Invincible. He was in Invincible, the Vince Papale. He's not an honorary Philadelphian.
I like that.
He's a Boston
guy. I know
guy.
he's from Boston, but he loves Philadelphia.
He's a Pats fan.
He loves
couldn't be any more Boston if he tried.
Thank you. A little, low energy.
He loves Philadelphia.
I like the fact that he's also a man of faith.
But then
he is. My boys both wrote papers on him because they had to write papers in Catholic school about a great Catholic, so they both chose Mark Wahlberg, and he actually has an incredible story.
Well, like robbing people as a teenager.
No, he was like a teenage thug.
Yeah, he went to jail for robbing people.
He actually went to jail.
Yes.
And a priest there were preachers and priests who would go and preach the gospel, and he became saved. And he found Jesus Christ. He turned his life around. He works out. He became healthy and fit. It's a real. If you read his stuff, it's very incredible. When he comes on Fox and he's like, "Donate to Tunnel to Towers," I'm like, "All right." I love him.
Like I said, he's eye candy, but he's not the most scintillating interview, and I support him for his support of the country and our troops and the surviving families, etc. We have so much to get to today. We of course have to cover the fire hazard at the White House yesterday. I'm sure you saw it. I think the smoke detectors went off when they lit the candles on Joe's cake. There's news about what appears to be a very well-coordinated conservative attack on Media Matters, which, if you don't know who they are, they're one of the most distasteful organizations that hates conservatives, and especially conservative media. And it now includes Elon Musk and the Attorney General of Texas and the Trump Organization. So there's big news on that, plus a lot of fun today. So many things to get to, including your calls. Of course, 855-839-1210. It is Kayal and Company, sans Nick Kayal, Mike Opelka in for Nick in this abbreviated week on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
It was a tremendous win for the Eagles as they came from 10 points behind, shut out Kansas City in the second half, and beat the defending Super Bowl champions 21-17. Eagles did some amazing things, and they played clutch football going down the stretch. They beat the Chiefs to now go 9-1. Up next, the Bills Sunday at the Link. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities.
See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
At Simply Safe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from Simply Safe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Contract talks between SEPTA and its transit police union are resuming today. There's still no strike yet. A King of Prussia man is charged with attacking his estranged wife in a Walmart parking lot. And down goes the champ. The Eagles beat the Chiefs 21-17 in a thrilling rematch.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634. Join the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center on Saturday, December 2nd to kick off the Christmas season with free admission to the museum, crafts for the kids, holiday movies, see the Christmas tree, and the 19th century inspired Christmas train display. B1210's own Dom Giordano and former Philadelphia Eagle and 5-time Pro Bowler Irving Fryer. Celebrate Christmas and experience the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center at 5th and Market Streets, where the good book meets the history book.
American history in a whole new light.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime.
It is Kayal and Company. Sounds Nick Kayal. Mike Opelka in for Nick this week. Thanks for being here. Dawn is here. Gregory is here. And the boys in the back keeping everything on the rails. Appreciate you being there. So many things I want to talk about today. I feel like I need to make a confession, though, Greg and Dawn.
What's that?
I'm kind of worried for the second time in a couple of months now, I find myself agreeing with John Fetterman. Is there somebody I should talk to? Is there a need for me to have a counseling session somewhere?
Yeah, he's really come out in support of Israel.
Not just in support of Israel, which is great, and his tweets earlier, as it relates to the situation with Hamas, were very clear, saying Hamas must release the hostages now. We need more humanitarian aid in Gaza to meet the substantial need. We need to minimize the suffering and tragic loss of civilian life. We do not need any conditions on military aid to Israel, which is astounding when you think about it. So I'm happy, and he also showed off some of that Harvard education with his vocabulary, saying Hamas is anathema for peace. Palestinians deserve better.
Does anybody? Nobody thinks he actually wrote that, though, right?
I do. I
Do
don't
you?
think he's a dummy. He had some compromised speech issues after the stroke, which that happens. But cognitive functions are there, and nobody tells this guy what to do, other than his wife, of course. but
which is fair.
It's true. What I like about it is that he's not in line with the Democrat leadership. But yesterday, we learned that John Fetterman is against China owning farmland in this country. He came out with a huge statement and said he supports not just preventing China from buying farmland, but taking back all the farmland that they have already purchased.
He stole the script from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, huh?
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, he's really coming out in. It's funny that we have to call out when Democrats just support common sense stuff. You know what I mean? Like supporting Israel and not wanting China to buy up all of our farmland seems like something, I don't know, 99% of Americans can agree on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so yesterday I saw this cross, and I'm looking around going, April 1st? Is it? Did I wake up and it's April 1st? Is the Feder monster actually supporting, as Gregory said, common sense?
Yeah.
But when you look at the hundreds of thousands of acres that China has purchased in this country, and it's farmland, it is stuff that grows food. And China's population at 1.4 billion, sliding a little bit, slowing down a little bit in their population growth, they still are going to need a lot of food going forward. And I, for one, am not happy about the reality that our land, which should be used to feed our people, is going to be used not only for China to grow food and ship it out, but they're also in Oklahoma, I believe it has one of the largest marijuana growing operations in the country.
Ah, so that's what he's worried about.
Maybe.
There's always an ulterior motive.
Well, do you think he's a pot smoker? Do you think he's...
yes. Come on. Of course he is. Of course he is. Yeah.
I think he's a gummy guy.
Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Maybe he
you-
doesn't inhale it. Okay.
Yeah, sure, he doesn't. inhale.
He's a weed guy, definitely.
But I wonder if this is him saying, "Look, I got a full 6-year term. I don't have to worry about anything. I can speak my mind." Because this is amazing to me that a Democrat would come out in support of something like this, and more power to him. But where are the Republicans standing up and saying, "Hey, we need to get behind this. We need." And now I know you had was it Susan Collins? I think stepped up. I don't know if I consider her a Republican at this point. I think she's just trying to keep her job. But that story surprised the heck out of me yesterday. So John Fetterman, good on you. Well, we'll give you a pass today that you get to keep your gig. But as you mentioned though, Greg and Dawn both, the situation with Israel, he is totally behind our support of Israel when you have people like my buddy Thomas Massey, who says we shouldn't give another dime in foreign aid to Israel. And I disagree with him greatly on that. If you don't support Israel militarily, Israel's gone, because the rest of that region is going to gang up on them. Yesterday we had the video, and there's no reason in playing it because there's no audio on it. The video of the Houthi helicopter landing on the cargo ship. Did you guys see that yesterday?
No.
Okay, so this Iranian-backed group called the Houthis, and they're out of Yemen, that crap hole in the Middle East, which is just a nest of terrorists. They flew a helicopter onto a cargo ship.
Oh, I did see this.
Yes, and it looked like it was out of a movie, didn't it, Dawn?
Yeah, and they're claiming because they're claiming it is sailing under the Israeli flag or something.
Yeah.
So they're threatening all the ships in the area, and then Israel said this is not our ship.
No, it was
right?
Japanese. It was a Japanese ship that was that Japan had leased. It was a giant cargo ship, but the most amazing thing to me was the military precision, which was on display. This is a ship that's in the water, and it's moving at a pretty good clip, and a helicopter lands on the deck, and then a bunch of guys in uniforms with military weapons. These just aren't AR-15s. These are automatic machine gun military weapons. They're in uniforms. They get off that ship in a precision move, and we see the body cams as they go into the bridge, and they take over control of the ship. And then they show themselves going through the cargo area. And I thought, why are we not stopping Iran from funding this organization? And this is a preview of what could happen if you don't shut down that connection. I know it's a stretch, but remember, we've shot down at least 4 missiles and some drones that the Houthis have been flying, and now they've got a helicopter and military trained troops. Now, did those guys train in Yemen? No, they trained in Iran, or they trained on a base in Syria. So there is a massive organization that would like to wipe out Israel, and we need to make sure that Israel has the ability to do it. And with John Fetterman supporting it, I'm actually kind of hopeful that we will give Israel everything they need to get the job done.
You know we will. We always do. We will.
I hope so. I hope so.
I think a lot of this is, I think a lot of this is just bluster because a lot of people are running for re-election or whatever. But we always come through for Israel. They're a key ally in a key region of the world, and I would be shocked. I really would. I would be absolutely shocked. We give them a ton of money. We give them a ton of support. I cannot imagine that we wouldn't. And honestly, I think that this small minority of crazy people on these college campuses or whatever, they don't. I think there is a silent majority on this issue and what happened there, and especially as these hostages are released. I mean, the youngest is a baby, like 7 or 8 months old. There's a 10-month-old. I mean, my God. Wait till these hostages start when they bring them out and they tell what's been happening to them. Just wait.
There was a story last week about a woman who was kidnapped, and one of the hostages at 7 months pregnant, and she is apparently reportedly given birth. So the 7-month-old may now be the second youngest person in possession. Yesterday, also, the IDF released video from inside the hospital that showed what appeared to be hostages being wheeled in on gurneys. But we've yet to see proof of life. And the report you had in the news about a deal being close at hand, the only country that hasn't said anything about a deal being close is Israel.
Yep.
So I'm not confident that we're that close. And meanwhile, Joe Biden's gone off to his very rich friend's place in Nantucket again.
I think what Dawn was saying about you believe that there is a silent majority in this country that supports Israel. I do agree with that. I don't know if I would consider it a majority. I think that there's a lot of anti-Semitism around the world. Definitely. Definitely around the world.
Okay, let me say that differently.
Yeah.
An important majority, especially the biggest donors to the politicians.
Mm-hmm.
And the money matters. You
Agreed.
talked about Media Matters, which is pretty much a left arm of the Democrat Party, but money matters, and this is big money.
Yeah.
And I just think that thank God that some of the biggest donors to politicians and political funds and PACs are individuals who know this issue well and know the history.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. If you follow the money for a lot of these politicians, it leads to, in my opinion, the right causes as far as Israel goes. But that still doesn't explain Elon Omar and Ayanna Pressley and the other 7 dwarves.
Yeah, Bowman, Mr. Fire Alarm. Let's get to him. The other thing that everybody should understand about our giving money to Israel, when we send foreign aid to Israel, there's a caveat on it. It's mostly sent with the anticipation that Israel will buy arms to protect themselves, and they have to buy it from us. So when we give 8, 4, 10, whatever billion dollars we give to Israel in foreign aid, that's a jobs program for American military manufacturing. And those are good, high-paying jobs, and I'm sure there's a lot of lobbying going on there. Mm-hmm. But there's also something that's involved in the money funding. If Israel takes the money we give them and they create something, they invent something, a technology, a medicine, whatever, we, the United States of America, are 50% partners. So it's actually a foreign aid program that doesn't just hand money out like we do in most places around the world, but it actually generates money back in terms of jobs. And again, if Israel creates something, which they've made several innovations, both in medicine and technology and defense, that we're partners. We own half the patents on that. And you just don't hear anybody talking about that. But I wish we treated all of our foreign aid the way we treat foreign aid to Israel. There are conditions, there are responsibilities. Instead, we seem to just be pouring money into places that hate us instead of love us and will have our backs. Just a thought.
Yeah, well said.
Dawn, do your kids have phones at school?
Of course.
Oh, here we go. You don't want to go down this path with her.
Oh, I do. I absolutely want to go down this
Greg
path.
knows everything I'm going to say.
Oh, God.
DeSantis signed a bill.
Yes.
That prohibits cell phone use during educational time.
Take those phones and throw them in the trash.
Well,
Amen.
yeah, I understand the need for parents to be able to get a hold of their kids, but when I was a child, if mom needed to get a hold of me, she called the school.
Yep.
And they sent a runner down from the principal's office to get me out of class. And guess what? I'm here today. I'm alive today. I'm a reasonably well-balanced citizen.
Reasonably.
Some may argue differently. Reasonably. In most states. So, Dawn, why does your kid need a phone during educational time?
First of all, Ron DeSantis, for being a Republican, sure seems like sometimes he's a big government guy, isn't he? So
I don't see why restricting phone use in schools is big government.
Well, because the schools already have the local school. Let's keep this issue local. The local school and the school district, they all have this rule already. They already have the rule. And if you are seen using your phone or you have your earbuds in, they can take them. They can confiscate them. And then you get a first warning, and then maybe you get a second warning. And after the second one, mom and dad come and have a conversation, and you're no longer allowed to have it. But I do think that there are many reasons that you want kids to have their phone in school. And in fact, a lot of teachers use it as a tool that they can use in the classroom, limited, albeit limited, but they're already on, most schools, especially post-pandemic, already have like an iPad type, Google Pad, whatever it is, that's a pad that's, a learning tool that they use, or a laptop that they use every day in the classroom, because they've tried to, before this, up until the kids were like, I don't know, 5th grade, their backpacks were, they were like 85 pounds. It was crazy. So now they can reduce that, and that's a nice piece of it.
Dawn is being very polite in this. She actually has a very good reason of why her child should have his phone on him. And in situations like this, because Dawn's son is a type 1 diabetic, So like it measures like what his insulin levels or something like
Yeah.
that.
So nowadays you have the glucose monitoring systems which pair with your phone. And so right now I could show you my phone, and I hope he's not low if I,
You don't.
But
You have to show
I
it
don't
on.
want to show
You
his
have to show it on
information.
camera.
Yeah, hold it up to the camera, Don.
But oh yeah, he's 83, so that's good. But if it's in the red and you know what I mean?
So for situations like this, I do agree that it is helpful for your son to have, or for you and your son to have it. Like in certain circumstances, I would agree that it is fine for kids to have. But for 99% of kids, no, absolutely not.
When Michael was at a Boy Scout camp in Delaware, and they were they emailed us and said, and he was like 6th grade, and they emailed us and it was a stay over camp, and they said we're taking away all their phones, and I emailed back, if you take my son's iPhone away from him, I am driving and I'm picking him up and I want my money back.
Oh boy,
you will not take his. And this was before he was diagnosed.
This was at a scout camp,
That's
a
right.
scout sleepaway camp.
That's right. I
that
want him to
Mama
have his
Bear
phone.
needed to have a tether.
Oh my god.
Oh my God.
I like the phone. I like it. I know where they are right now. I can look. Oh, find my iPhone. There they are. I can wake them up with Find My iPhone. I think that's such a luxury. If God forbid they're in any danger, look at the school shooter. Look at one of the latest, all the school shootings. But remember, they thought they were all dead inside the classroom, tragically. And there was a little girl who got on the phone and she was calling 911, calling her parents. She was still alive. There are many reasons that they should have the phone. And I believe teach your kids discipline, right? What are you supposed to do in school? The number one thing you're supposed to do, learn how to think analytically, right? Learn how to think for yourself. Yes, you should learn how to love learning. That's more important than anything to me. So learn discipline. We're treating them like a bunch of sheep. So Governor Ron DeSantis is treating those kids like they're a bunch of idiots, like they're a bunch of sheep, and they can't think for themselves and they can't have discipline. Well, Governor DeSantis, I disagree. I would probably be one of the parents who would fight that. I probably would fight it, and I would find an excuse.
I hope it comes here. I hope it comes here. I really do, because I'm totally about teaching kids to learn. I think that's important. And I understand what you're saying about tablets, but it is the tether between not just the parents, but the friends that I think is a major distraction and a problem to education in the classroom for the kids. And I'm absolutely stunned and shocked that the sleepaway camp is a required connection. Do you know when now, granted, I'm a late stage baby boomer. I was like one of the last wave of the baby boomers. When people went away to sleepaway camp, we did not, because my parents told us, you live in a camp. You don't need to go anywhere. But when our friends would go away to camp, they'd go away for a week. Every day at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock after dinner, the counselors would take everybody's shorts and T-shirts and wash them. They'd take them to the laundry, and they had what they called underwear hour in their cabins. And you were supposed to write a letter home. And you didn't get your fresh pair of shirt and shorts until you wrote a letter home and turned it into your
This
counselor.
is creepy.
Hang
this
on.
is exactly why I wanted my kid to have
No,
this cell
no, you
phone.
got to hear
This is
the
a little
story.
creepy.
You guys all
So-
sat around in your skivvies?
So everybody sat.
No,
and it
they
was
didn't have their skivvies.
Yeah, they did. They had shorts. They were in their underwear. It was called underwear hour, and they wrote letters back home. And I kept getting a letter, an envelope from my friend Brian, and I opened up the envelope thinking I'm going to get a letter from camp, and there was nothing on it. And he would just fake writing a letter and fold it up and put it in the envelope and send it out. But this is where I think we're not teaching kids how to operate. We're not teaching survival.
Sit around in their underwear and
The
with
whole
other
underwear,
kids. And
that whole underwear hour.
Underwear
talk.
hour at camp.
Yeah, that's right there. That's why exactly I wanted Michael to have his cell phone. Anybody does anything creepy, call mom and dad. We'll be there.
Different time. Not everybody's a creep, Dawn. Not everybody that's out there.
I agree with Dawn that, or I agree with you, Mike.
my case,
that
Your Honor.
she is very into this news world tragedy thing,
Yes.
and she thinks everybody's a pedophile.
I do.
However, Mike, underwear hour's creepy. It sounds
Different
like
time.
it sounds like people sitting around in a circle and
That's nothing like that. They were sitting in their cabins.
If you're watching on YouTube, you can see
Greasing the poles.
Yeah, you can see what I'm doing. Now
Yes,
everybody.
we all-
Oh my goodness.
We
Smoke
all
the peace pipe.
the gestures will require an HR call today. Don't be a jerk. There was a band. Yes. I got to take a break. I'm sorry I brought up underwear hour.
I love it.
But I'm happy I brought up cell phones.
I'm happy you brought
It
this
is
up.
Kayal and Company Sans Nick Kayal. We'll have to explain this to Nick later.
Yeah.
It is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
All right, the day after Thanksgiving, like most people, you're going to be sitting there thinking, maybe it's time to lose some weight as you're sitting there shopping online, right? Well, check out this very special Black Friday deal. If you go over to njdiet.com to schedule your consultation, they will contractually guarantee, that you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. NJ Diet helps you the natural way. They start with your hair and saliva samples along with their bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to determine your ideal diet and workout regimen so you keep the weight off. And best of all, NJ Diet's all natural. None of those injections, no hormones, no surgery, no shots. Full supervision provided every step of the way, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online video consultations. So call them now, 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET or njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Times are tough. Sometimes a paycheck just doesn't cut it. Today, more people than ever need our help. I'm Ernie Russell, Board President of the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. Through the annual appeal, nearly 1 million people in our community receive help through shelters, soup kitchens, schools for special education, and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Well, since I was just talking about Michael and his Dexcom, all of the technology that makes it easier in his life to deal with type 1 diabetes, that was one of the primary reasons we were interested in a newer Honda Civic, because in addition to being a sleek and very safe vehicle, they actually have that big screen hooks into your iPhone, and so he can get those alerts while driving if, for example, his blood sugar would drop. That was really a priority to us, and Honda is one of the best vehicles as far as that goes. Even if you listen to us or you watch us or Sirius Radio, whatever it is, that big screen that Hondas have is a beautiful thing. So we recently got my son Michael that gorgeous new Honda Civic from my friends at Piazza Honda. It was a great experience. The knowledgeable sales team, they showed us all the features, took it on the road for a test drive. We were so impressed. And we left that dealership with the specific model, the color, the finish, everything Michael could have wanted and more, with just a terrific experience. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Honda, just visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company. Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal. Thanks for being here. Dawn is here. Thank you, Dawn, for being here. Gregory is here. I think he has to be here, though. I think it's contractually obligated as brand manager to keep an eye on things to make sure, situations like underwear hour don't happen here. Just reading some of the comments on the YouTube channel is very interesting. No, there was no dry rub.
Oh.
Somebody asked, it's kind of a creepy question. Who's in charge of the damn polling? Let's talk about creating questions that inspire interesting responses. Did you experience underwear hour as a kid?
Yeah. I kind of leave creative control back to the boys in the back there to come up with polls. So,
And they did. That was a beautiful thing. No, it was a conversation that was meant to get into the proliferation of cell phones in our schools. And there was a time like 25 years ago out on Long Island. We would summer out in the Hamptons 100 years ago. And the Catholic Church that we would attend had a cell phone blocker that they put inside the church. Because, they told everybody to turn off their phones, but nobody would do it. So they actually had a device that jammed the cell phones. And all these parishioners didn't understand it because they didn't tell anybody. And eventually one of the doctors had to sue and say, you can't do this. I need to have my... well, there were beepers and cell phones at that time. That's how long ago that was.
Nicole, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Nicole writes, my 12-year-old son went to sleepaway camp for 2 weeks this past summer with the YMCA without a cell phone. He had to write good old-fashioned letters to contact us. I like that.
Yay.
No, I like that. I think that's a...
No, I like it too.
It's a good... Obviously, yes, Dawn. You're under special circumstances because of your son's medical condition. But like 99% of people don't have that, so... They just have the cell phone as like as a way to distract.
Yeah.
And especially at camp. Come on, you're at camp. You should be out communing with nature, Dawn.
Well, I think it depends on the kid. It depends on the camp. It depends on, and even for the schools in Florida, for example, I think if that's, I would be curious to hear what they, because I've read some rave reviews about it that teachers and parents and even the students found that they were making more social connection. They actually liked the fact that they had to turn their phones in. So that's great. If a lot of schools already do that. I'm just saying to make a state law such as that, I don't know. That kind of struck me as odd for somebody who's not a big government guy. Let the schools figure it out at the local level.
It is a state deal, so it is somewhat local, but I understand what you're saying. But the reporting on this from Fox, our friends at Fox News, is, kids are talking to each other face to face. So that is a good result. And if we can get kids out of the digital space and into each other's faces, I think ultimately you're going to have better balanced kids. And your kids, I imagine dinner time at the Stencil and Menti table is a current events quiz. So I'm sure your kids are headed to Jeopardy champions in the future.
Oh, God.
Yeah, well, part of what I will say in a classroom, part of, getting kids to talk to each other is maybe get the kids to face each other, have conversation in the Florida classrooms if they're not conversing in the class. Maybe their classroom sizes are too big. I don't know.
In their underwear.
When they're having underwear hour.
I'm never living down underwear hour.
You'll never live it down.
I love it. It's the greatest thing you've ever brought to the show. Thank you.
Underwear hour.
Underwear hour, yes. 8 o'clock today will be underwear hour on Kayal and Company. It's Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal. And it's a tradition, ladies and gentlemen, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, do you want a killer Black Friday deal? I got one. Get a free Moto G 5G phone with Pure Talk. No gimmicks, no trade-in necessary. You just sign up for Pure Talk's unlimited talk and text and 15 gig data plan. It's only $35 a month, and you'll get your Moto G 5G phone for free. But here's the deal. You need to move fast because these phones are going to be gone by the end of the month. So if your current phone is on life support, you can upgrade for free with Pure Talk. Now, you enjoy 2-day battery life, an exceptional quad-pixel camera, and a whole lot more. Dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE now to get this exclusive offer and to select the plan that's right for your family. Remember, Pure Talk gives you America's most dependable 5G network at half the price, so make the switch today. It's simple, fast, and easy. Dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE now to claim your free Moto G 5G phone with a qualifying plan. Again, dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE now. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Here at your local grocery outlet, we know the holidays are approaching fast. You have a lot of things to think about. Get-togethers, celebrations, guests, relatives, gifts, food. Self-care isn't too high on the list this time of year. Stay ahead of the holidays and stop by our health and beauty aisle. Hair care, skin care, vitamins, first aid, everything you need, all at amazing low prices. Visit Grocery Outlet today, your one-stop self-care neighborhood shop.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
The Black Friday sales event is cruising into Delaware County, and Vidian Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has what you're looking for. Steve Vidian and his family have been selling and servicing the Jeeps, trucks, and cars of suburban Philadelphia for nearly 70 years.
Unbelievable selection? Vidian's got it. Fabulous pricing? Vidian's got it. Elite customer service? You know it.
Welcome the holidays with style and drive home in a new 2024 Wrangler Sport 4XE. There's one on the lot just for you. Shop Vidian.com 24/7 today. 36 month lease, 10,000 miles per year, $55.49 down, $329 plus tax, and acquisition fees.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Listen this Friday as Penn State battles Michigan State. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Join WIP's Devin Caney and former Birds great Jason Avant on Monday, November 20th for the Miller Lite Bar Blitz in Westchester. The Miller Lite Bar Blitz will stop by Barnaby's, Saloon 151, Jitters, and Kildare's Irish Pub. Enjoy Miller Lite specials, cheer on the Birds versus Kansas City, and meet Devin Caney and Jason Avant. You'll also have a chance to win the limited edition Kelly Green Miller Lite commemorative can and koozie while supplies last. For info, go to 94WIP.com. Must be 21. Tastes like Miller Time, Westchester. Celebrate responsibly.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
And welcome to it, the Kayal and Company Thanksgiving week. Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal. Don Stenzel here. Gregory's here. and we're trying to recover from the end of the first hour. I was just reading through some of the comments on the YouTube channel regarding underwear hour, and apparently it was a thing in the Marine Corps.
Oh, no.
Yes, time to write letters home. Okay. So, yeah, I'm sure it was a little different. But there are many wonderful comments from people who experienced sleepaway camp in different forms without the tether of electronics and cell phones, etc. So I'm happy to see that happening. It'll continue. That conversation is ongoing. Join us online. Join us on Twitter. Join us on YouTube. It's always a good time. And this audience has a rich history that they are willing to share in the comment section. So, yeah, thank you all for at least bailing me out partially, not making me feel like a complete creep. Yeah, underwear hour. Mm-hmm. It's when you get your clothes cleaned and you write a letter home to mom and dad. It's a good idea. Just saying.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll adopt
underwear,
it.
But you can still write a letter home.
Yes, it's not underwear. Underwear is not required, and 8 o'clock will not be underwear hour on this show. I was just informed.
Oh wait, the 8 o'clock hour? No underwear?
Not no
Mr.
underwear,
Opelka.
Dawn. I was just saying it's not going to be underwear only hour. That's a different show. We might add that on the Saturday night show. The second hour of the Saturday night show might be underwear hour. We'll just see, because we don't do video, which is a good thing. So much to get to, and there's breaking news in our world as there apparently is some kind of a hostage deal coming. But let's check in with the great Dawn Stensland with the news du jour.
Yes, so local news sponsored this morning by Wawa. There are some weather warnings. We'll talk about the forecast and what is predicted to be the busiest travel season we've seen during holiday travel in years. That's one of the headlines this morning. But we'll take you to King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, where police say a man named Jeffrey K. Conway, 52 years old, he was actually on a mission to kill his estranged wife, who actually had a protect from abuse order against him. Apparently that didn't stop him from, in fact, stalking his estranged wife before attacking her at the King of Prussia Walmart. And this happened late Sunday, so we're getting these details. He allegedly, according to authorities, he installed a tracking device on her vehicle, before following her to the Walmart, stabbed her in the leg several times, forced her to sit in the passenger seat of the vehicle. Thank God she was able to get out. But officers say they found in his vehicle zip ties, duct tape, a blindfold, many other weapons in his truck. They found a 2-page letter that detailed his plans after he kidnapped her, and he wrote that he had 1.5 months to kill his wife. So he had been plotting this.
Wow.
And at one point said, could have killed her 17 times if I wanted. And then he wrote, what a weak system. I will point out that he owes the grammar jar money because he misspelled weak, because he spelled it W-E-E-K. So
is he gone, though? Didn't he check out?
So
is he
he's
deceased?
under arrest. No, he's under arrest.
Oh. Okay.
This guy's under arrest. But yeah, it was one of those where he plotted a murder-suicide. That was the plot here. So this whole thing happened. And one of the pieces that some of the local media has been tying this to is locally in Montgomery County, we have Laurel House. There are a lot of fundraisers this time of year for places that help protect domestic violence survivors, because in the holiday season, unfortunately, when families kind of cooped up in the wintertime, sometimes we see these spikes in domestic violence. So they were talking about the national statistics. 81% of women stalked by a current or former spouse or partner were also physically assaulted by them. So they were releasing some of those stats, but I think it's as well a reminder, if you're thinking about donating, volunteering, etc., they were putting out there that Laurel House of Montgomery County, they do a great job, and they're a great local nonprofit. Let's talk about the roadways this morning. Philadelphia, because we're hearing, it's going to be one of the worst travel days. And Greg Stalker. I think it was yesterday or
year.
last week. Yeah,
every year. It's the worst. It's going to be the worst travel day on record. This is the worst year for it. Every year they say the same
Every
thing.
year.
And it's never held accountable. Like, I want to see statistics. Never held accountable.
Yeah, pack your patience,
Yeah,
please.
exactly. Yes. Pack your patience.
I did love that this traffic data analysis by this one traffic company, Inrix, they were ranking Philadelphia 4th nationwide when it comes to terrible traffic congestion, not just for the holidays, but pretty much all the time. I hope they didn't spend a lot of money on this one because I could have told you some of their analysis. They say, given its geography, the Schuylkill Expressway, I-76, is challenging, especially weeknights between 3 and 6 p.m. Like, are you kidding me? That they actually put that in their study. So
what could be happening between 3 and 6 p.m. every weeknight?
But I love this statistic that they said the average driver in Philadelphia lost 114 hours in traffic congestion, which means it's over half of an hour per day.
It means a lot of people are tuned to the radio.
That's right. So it's good for us.
Yeah.
That number needs to go up. That needs to be about 200 hours.
Exactly.
And we need a slice of that. So that's like 3 weeks of work.
Yeah, think about it. It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
That you spend with us. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
Which is why we appreciate Michael Pelka's underwear hour, so that
my
anybody traveling, whether you're on the Schuylkill, the Blue Route,
I need to trademark that.
I-95.
Michael Pelka's underwear hour, ladies and gentlemen, tonight. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm telling you, we call it the Saturday night free for all with you and Jimmy Fallon on. By the way, our Saturday night lineup here is just fantastic. From 7 to midnight, it's all great stuff. I think one of your hours should be the underwear hour, Michael Pelka.
And you know how we have like hoodies and stuff like that?
Yeah. Oh no.
So you
Pelka
should have
underwear.
Briefs.
Opelka,
Yeah. Box of
you know?
briefs.
Yeah.
Across the butt, pure Opelka.
And say like, Michael Pelka, we get cheeky or something. Underwear hour Saturday nights.
My parents are rolling in their graves. We sent you to Catholic school. What happened?
The nuns would not approve.
No.
We've talked about this was the first year on the job for Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who, as you know, is from Montgomery County, Democrat, says his first year in office was where he, quote, he got stuff done, and that was one of his goals, he has said, but has acknowledged that, in fact, one of his key promises that even he was interviewed on, networks like Fox News, for example, highly praised by everybody for that campaign promise of providing those scholarship programs for private school students or for public school students in some of the poorest, whether it's monetarily or the poorest school districts, for example, here in Philadelphia, didn't deliver on that one. But what does deliver, lawmakers pay in Pennsylvania starting next month. They get a raise. So Pennsylvania lawmakers will top $106,000 a year. 3.5% raise pushes salaries to $106,422 a year, nearly $9,000 a month. And that's up from 102 last year when lawmakers' pay hit some six figures for the first time here in Pennsylvania.
So he took care of his own. Just saying. How does that compare to the average salary of the average worker in the state?
Yeah, it doesn't, because the average worker certainly is not making over six figures.
Yeah.
Especially
good
in these
job,
times.
Gov.
Yeah. Amen.
Take care of your people.
And, of course, our top story and our lead story, other than the weather forecast, the holiday forecast, Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs 21-17 in that Super Bowl rematch. We are the winners. They are the losers. That's our headline today.
That was a great game. It truly was worth staying up, and a lot of people going to be bleary-eyed today like we are, because we made it all the way to the end. And it was a dogfight all the way. It's like a bonus Super Bowl. If you missed it, you missed out on an absolutely incredible game, especially because Philadelphia won. And that's the big stinking deal.
I know. I love it. We have a lot to tell you about, but I want to tell you about our sponsor, Wawa. Welcome back to Wawa Siptopia, your handcrafted beverage happy place. Right now, all your crafted to crave favorites are only $3 for a 16-ounce and $4 for that huge 24-ounce. Gotta have a Wawa. Thank you, Wawa, for sponsoring our news weather forecast. The rest of today, well, most of the day, you're going to get home, but we have a big change in the forecast. So 37 degrees for your today with a high of 49. What's happening is that we have the showers moving in, and again, not heavy until after 1 o'clock. And in fact, really things don't get heavy. As far as I'm looking at the revised forecast here, I don't see anything that's considered a heavy rain until after 3 p.m., but there is a 100% chance of these showers this afternoon into the evening and into overnight. Quarter inch of rain, 20-mile-an-hour winds. If you're headed anywhere this evening, just be prepared for that. Overnight, the rain continues, but tomorrow, the good news is, as the sun rises tomorrow, we will dry out. So we're looking at actually a beautiful Wednesday for you. If you're traveling tomorrow afternoon, let's say after 10 a.m., tomorrow, 61 degrees and mostly sunny skies. Lovely day. And then Thursday for Thanksgiving Day, 54 degrees, partly sunny skies. Friday, we dip down to 49, still sunny sky, partly sunny. And Saturday through Sunday, partly sunny. But Saturday, I will point out to you, dips down below normal. So it's 41 degrees for your high, which means a 28-degree low overnight. So that's a chilly one. And then Sunday, we pop back up to nearly 50 degrees.
Michael Pelka, I would like to let you know, we have some breaking news here. Don Stensland, we have some breaking news. We have just hit 5,000 subscribers.
Woohoo!
And it was under your watch, Michael.
Thank you. Take the credit because the blame is never far behind. Thank you, people.
Wow.
Thank you for making this landmark event happen on my watch.
It was during underwear hour.
It was during underwear hours.
It was. That put us over the edge. Thank you, my friend.
It's the kind of scintillating radio that people will subscribe to. It's excellent.
Thong, boxer, or brief?
Oh, no.
I'm not going to answer. It's boxer briefs. Always
Wow.
boxer briefs.
That is amazing.
Mark Wahlberg and I agree on one thing.
We need to keep going. By the way, I'm not satisfied. We need to keep going. But
yeah, let's get to 10K. Let's hopefully get to 10K. Not today, of course.
Yeah.
Wow, that's it's a I was just checking not the subscription numbers, but Dawn, you said tomorrow it's going to be like 65.
Well, in
60?
Philadelphia, 61-ish, but it may be 65 in, like, let's say South Jersey, maybe some of the shore points.
I'm looking at the app for a tea time tomorrow because I'm thinking, Wednesday, everybody's thinking travel. And the people that aren't going to travel today are going to travel tomorrow. There's people who are probably delaying their travel.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, as it's already going to be a bad day, it's going to be even more crowded. So pack your patience, people.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Pack your patience.
I hate that expression.
Me too.
There was, or there is apparently breaking news out of Israel and the Middle East with Hamas. There apparently has some kind of a deal which could release 50 women and children hostages for a 4 to 5 day pause in the fighting. But here's the thing that bothers me. The Israelis are going to surrender 3 Palestinian prisoners for every 1 civilian released. So, yeah, we're going to get 50 hostages, women and children, but Israel is going to turn over 150 Palestinians to Hamas. And I wonder how many of them are going to be men, because it looks like there aren't going to be any men released by Hamas in terms of hostages. Women and children, great, good start, release them all. It's unfolding. This is happening as we're talking today. It's a good thing, and let's hope we get every single hostage out, especially our American hostages, when we really have no idea how many there are.
Yeah.
But that's the latest breaking news on that. Good news for Thanksgiving. It is 16 after the hour. Of course, we have the cut sheet coming up in about a half an hour. and the usual shenanigans. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can admit it, you're obsessed with the news. But you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When you're involved in an accident, you need a lawyer to help you maximize your recovery and get the fair value of your case. You need the law offices of Thomas G. Skopanich. My buddy Tom has been serving the greater Delaware Valley for over 25 years, and he's helped many clients. With offices located in Lansdale, Montgomery County, let Tom help you maximize your recovery and get the fair value for your case. Contact Tom at scopelawyer.com or 215-624-2211.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. Open your eyes, look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy.
It is difficult not to let a classic roll, is it not?
It is. By the way, this is Phil just let me know that it's the 48th anniversary of A Night at the Opera by Queen.
Wow.
On this day in history. 48 years ago today, the album Night at the Opera was released.
Wow. That album's almost 50 years old.
Yeah.
It's Mike Opelka, by the way, sitting in for Nick Kayal. Kayal and Company. Don Stenzelin's here. Gregory Stocker's here. That album, And the other Queen albums, I don't know if you understand the importance of the titling, A Night at the Opera, and then they also gave us A Day at the Races.
Yes. Yep.
Both of those titles of Marx Brothers movies.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I wonder if there was an appreciation for the comedic genius of the Marx Brothers. I hope so. I'd like to think so. But yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. I'm going through some of the comments in the YouTube channel today regarding Underwear Hour, which, you know, maybe this is a day that will live in infamy. We will find out. and maybe some of you are actually intrigued by it as well. Patrick is on the phones in Haverford. Hello, Patrick. Welcome to Kayal and Company.
Hey, how are you?
Good, sir. What's up?
I'm not here to talk about underwear, so I hope that's okay.
Sure.
But in fact, I'm a friend of Dawn's on Facebook. I was captain of Bonner's ice hockey team in '78, just so you know who I am. And I got to tell you, when we're dealing with the folks in the Middle East, we've got to get historical perspective.
Yes.
Okay? And it sounds funny to Americans now. I have 3 sons, and I've told them this. You know, the Marines are called leathernecks for a reason, right?
Yes,
and you
but
know why that is.
please turn your radio down.
Okay, I'll turn it off.
Oh, thank
you. I apologize. My fault. Get off. Oh, there we go. Got to talk to the radio. Oh, jeez. Sorry.
You wonder why we don't take calls on the show.
But, you know, when the Marines were formed, right, in Philadelphia, they were sent to fight the Islamic terrorists of that time, right?
Yes.
And that's why they wore leather necks. And we dealt with this repeatedly. So no one is against religions or Islamists or Jews or anybody.
Well, wait a second. Why did they wear a leather protection around their necks? You just said they were sent to
the Muslims because the Muslims are going to cut their heads off.
Very good.
You
Yes,
know
thank
that.
you. Just I want to make sure we were clear. It's
No,
and that
I'm is
is why.
Clear. Dude, I love history. I could bore you with all that, but yeah, and it's clear. But you know, and so when I had worked in the U.S. intel community, and I was briefed by folks who were taken hostage in Iran, in Tehran, to be more accurate, in '79, and they had a bad go of it. But taking hostages is such an anathema to us as Westerners, right? So I think, and I don't, who knows if I'm right, I don't know. But we should have the Marines show up again, but with significant air and submariner cover, and say to them, you have X number of U.S. citizens in your possession. They're, quote, hostages. We are going to wipe out you and your civilization if you don't give them up by 10:00 tomorrow. We really should do that.
So Patrick, you're advocating for American boots on the ground in this situation immediately.
Yeah, I don't want to make it. I don't want to oversimplify, right? But the answer is what I'm advocating for. Clearly, is that there are Americans in peril. They're hostage, right?
Yes.
And that's why we have Marines. And that's why we have special forces and guys like I used to be as a young buck. I'm not young anymore, okay? But we should go there and show up and say, here's our surface ship right here.
Well, we have our Patrick. There are a lot of people that would argue with you that putting American treasure, our American men and women in uniform, in the crosshairs of this would be a huge mistake. It's the same reason why we don't have American soldiers fighting in Ukraine against the Russians. Yes, there are Americans currently being held. Yes, Americans were killed. We have a carrier strike force group already in the region. We have more military power in the area than we've had there in decades, since I think the Gulf War time. But this is technically not our fight. These are our friends. Are some of our citizens being held? Yeah. And would a different president probably have a stronger stance and say something really serious to get the attention of the Iranians as well as Hamas and Hezbollah? Like, if you harm one hair on the head of one American, you will pay a severe price? Yes. But I don't know if putting American boots on the ground is the answer here, because this could we've seen how this guy in charge, we've seen how Joe Biden has handled similar or other situations with military personnel. And I'm pointing directly at the withdrawal from Afghanistan, which we'll talk about in the cut sheet coming up, because there is something absolutely shocking that happened that came out yesterday. I don't know if that's the answer. Look, one of the first people scheduled to be released in this proposed hostage deal is a 3-year-old American. And if that's the case, I'm happy. But I would like every hostage to be released, especially every American hostage. I just don't know if putting American boots on the ground is the right thing to do. And I'd like to hear from Gregory and Dawn on this one. Have you guys
there's no boots on the ground. Absolutely not. There's zero chance I want that to happen. I don't want war. Israel needs to fight it. I think we should support them in any way we can. They need to destroy the Middle East. They need to destroy Hamas in the Middle East. That's just me. Thinking out loud here. They need to destroy Hamas, but boots on the ground, absolutely freaking not.
Well, Netanyahu said as much. Netanyahu over the weekend, I believe, or maybe it was yesterday, but I thought it was over the weekend, said as much, that no, Israel will do this, and basically saying we appreciate, of course, the United States' support, but Israel will get this done. This is our mission. And he's essentially saying we're going to root this out. And Netanyahu made it clear that if they don't root out these terrorists, this will spread like a cancer. And it will spread here to America, and it will spread worldwide. That was how he described it. But I think he would agree with what Greg just said.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely right. If I'm Netanyahu, my statement to anyone offering additional military help in the form of troops would be, do we look like we need your help here? Because let's face it, Israel is pounding Gaza into a gravel pit. But they're also trying to get the hostages out. So that's the thing. And I would put the IDF right behind American Special Forces in terms of capability. They seem to be very well trained, and I'm sure we're giving them a lot of the training. It's an interesting proposal, but not one I will support, sir. Thank you for being there. And I'm kind of reading that you may have also served our country, and if that's the case, thank you for your service. Every single member who served this nation in some capacity deserves our undying gratitude. We have so much coming up, including, as I mentioned, a cut sheet that has some things that'll make you laugh and make you angry. And that's kind of important, and we need to hear all of it. We'll get to it just around the corner. It's Mike Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
At
At SimpliSafe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 LiveGuard protection, only from SimpliSafe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50 to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules. Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
If you're in and near retirement and your financial professional is still prescribing a financial prescription known as stocks, bonds, and mutual funds to cure your financial ailments, it's probably time for you to seek out a new financial practitioner. This week's report is on how do you know you have the right advisor as you approach your retirement or when you're in retirement. When you're in the accumulation phase known as your working years, your financial health can tolerate a higher degree of risk in your investment portfolios. You have the time to grow back after economic storms. You have income to cost average because you're still working. Investors who were young and working throughout the dot-com market crash and the 2008 financial crisis likely had the endurance to regain what they had lost with Wall Street. But as you age and transition into the retirement phase of your life, your financial endurance weakens. You have less time to grow back, and you're on a fixed income, which increases your need to safeguard the nest egg you've worked a lifetime for. Accumulation advisors promote risk investments as investors transition into the retirement phase of their life. But these investors no longer have the luxury of time and working income to rebuild their nest egg when the market crashes. Knowing the difference between an accumulation phase advisor and a retirement phase expert can make all the difference in your financial portfolio and your retirement future. By meeting with a retirement phase expert, you can choose the appropriate path to protect your financial future and enjoy peace of mind during those golden years.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It is 7:34 on a Tuesday, Thanksgiving week. Michael Pelka in for Nick Kayal. Kayal and Company, Dawn Stensland here, Gregory here, Anthony, and of course Phil joining us in the back, keeping everything on the rails. We talked yesterday a little bit about Thanksgiving dinner and what people are eating, etc. We're not doing turkey because it's a small group, just the two of us and Winnie the Poodle. The Wonder Poodle. And Dawn suggested I go out to dinner, that we go out and dine out. So I actually did. You can hear me rustling
Yeah, I was just
around.
going to say, what are you doing?
I'm rustling.
Okay.
You know, this in honor of what Rush Limbaugh used to do. I hold in my hands. Yeah. I had the Inquirer from the weekend, which I'm old school. I like Sunday.
Me too.
To read that Sunday paper cover to cover.
I agree with you.
And they have a list of where to dine on Thanksgiving. There's quite an extensive list, and a lot of them here I never I'd never been to Bank and Bourbon, and those are two things that obviously appeal to me, Bank and Bourbon. But I'm thinking Jean Georges would be a good idea for a fancy Thanksgiving dinner. And Dawn, have you guys done Jean Georges for any meal?
Where's that one? Where's Jean Georges?
We did them. We did the ones in New York. I've done the
North
ones in
North 19th Street.
No.
Is this Georges Perrier when he had his thing?
No.
Jean, the famous Jean Georges. There's
No.
also one in
I
New
don't
York.
think so.
And it's a fancy schmancy.
It is expensive as hell.
Well, you get what you pay for, Gregory. It's BFD, baby free dining. That's one of the things that my wife and I require.
Yeah.
It's if because we're adults who don't have children, and our tolerance, even though my wife runs a children's theater in Wilmington, Delaware, when we go out, we like BFD. We like baby free dining.
I don't blame you. Before I had children, I didn't want kids in restaurants either. I was like, these parents need to control these kids, and now I'm the parent trying to control my kid.
I think Jean Georges, we were there for they do a New Year's Eve shindig. And I think.
Yeah, fancy. Probably a black tie.
Yeah, so we've done that in years past, which was lovely and fabulous.
It's on the list. Stay tuned. Though Donna hates to go out, and it does become like New Year's Eve at some point. It's too much, and a lot of people are overserved on the roads, and I get tired of that. Dawn also sent me a great article from the History Channel or from history.com about why we eat turkey on Thanksgiving. And I read the whole thing, and it seems like nobody knows. Correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody really knows why. And it goes from paragraph to paragraph talking about, there were a lot of turkeys around, and then they industrialized the poultry industry. And at one point, it was like wealthy people eating turkey. And if we go way back in time, lobster used to be what they fed to the slaves, because lobster was just all washing up on the shores of New England. And it's now kind of, the script has been flipped. Turkey is the cheap meal and lobster is the expensive meal. So I don't understand it, but I'm probably going to have a steak on Thanksgiving. Going with meat.
That's just weird. Do a steak instead of turkey? But you could make a small turkey and have leftovers.
We do turkey twice a month. I do a turkey breast twice a month with gravy and rice and all that stuff, and whipped sweet potatoes. So we're fans of turkey. I'm not anti. I don't want a big turkey coming after me. I don't need a big lobbying group coming after me at any point. But it's just one of those things. The other story that I wanted to bring up before we got to the cut sheet. Nobody's watching Chris Wallace anymore, are they? Remember when he was at Fox and had a kind of a big show on Sundays, and Shannon Bream's killing it now?
Yeah. You're right. Nobody watches him.
He had Charlemagne the God on his show this weekend.
Yeah, we played a clip of him on Friday.
You did?
Yeah, the clip where he said that no woman could be elected president. Is that the one?
Okay, then I'm not going to play that.
Okay.
But did you guys play any of the Cardi B rant?
No.
From the other day?
No.
Cardi B is entertaining to me, and I have zero Cardi B music on my media collection files on any of my devices. I just have no tolerance. But when someone is that popular and that wealthy and that stupid, it's like watching a train wreck. Is that wrong for me to enjoy that?
Nice.
No, you're 100% right. You're 100% correct.
You watch it, and at some point you go, okay, she's worth like $1 bazillion.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be jealous, but I can just enjoy. And Cardi B was upset. And if we go back to 2020 for the 2020 presidential campaign, she was in Bernie Sanders' camp.
She was, yeah.
And we even did a parody, Ebony and Ivory parody with Bernie and Cardi B. that some may get revived. God forbid Bernie comes back out of retirement for presidential politics. But Cardi B is now speechifying and defending New York City because she's mad. She's mad that all of these illegal immigrants in the city are causing the mayor to cut the budget of police. And she was upset about it. Here's a little bit of the Cardi rant. This rant went on for a half an hour, by the way.
Oh, God.
A half an hour.
Man.
And yes,
And she has like 1 billion followers, too, right? Or something
oh, my
like
God.
Yeah.
Cardi B doesn't need to record any more wappy stuff.
Oh, boy.
But she makes money off social media.
Yeah.
But it's the political opinions like this that I come for.
There's a $120 million budget cut in New York that is going to affect schools, public libraries, and the police department. And a $5 million budget cut in sanitation. We're going to be drowning in rats. Yeah, Joe Biden's talking about, like, yeah, we could fund 2 wars, like we're the greatest nation. No, we're not. We're going through some right now. We're going to be drowning in rats. Rats and squirrels and raccoons.
What?
I'm sorry, that's gold.
Oh, my God.
It is. I love that she's calling all of them out. I think it's fantastic.
It's absolutely amazing. Now, Cardi B probably lives in a lovely high-rise in New York City with a doorman or 3, and I guarantee you she's not drowning in rats or squirrels or what was it she said we're going to be drowning in?
We're going to be drowning in rats. Rats and squirrels and raccoons.
And raccoons and
S word?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Or maybe B word. She
Okay.
throws the B word a lot.
Gotcha.
There. So
Yeah.
God bless you, Cardi B.
In New York, they have actual rat tours.
Oh, yes.
Right? There's rat tourism. They have so many rats.
And as a recovering Midtown Manhattan resident, we lived there for 23 years. When you go to work in the morning, like we go to work in the morning, and you go out, and the trash piles are just, it's rat heaven, and there's nothing they can do. But you're right. There are people that take tours in Lower Manhattan. They show, well, if you'd like to see some rats. And they're not just little rats. And you've seen Pizza Rat, the one that had the video that went viral a few years ago, the rat carrying the slice of pizza up the subway.
Yep.
That is not the exception to the rule. I brought a survival expert into Manhattan he's a guy who will teach you how to go out in the woods and live. You can drop him anywhere, and he says he could live. And I brought him to Central Park, and I said, could you live here? And he goes, yeah, no doubt. There's water. There are ducks. I could catch a duck in a second. We could start a fire and roast a duck, and I could boil the water, and we could have water to drink. So I brought him down on the subway, and I said, would you eat the rat down here? And he goes, absolutely no way. Because they are what they eat. And they're eating whatever is that primordial ooze that's running between the tracks and the subway. It looks like something out of Ghostbusters. But yeah, the rats and whatever in New York, just absolutely a terrifying reality. And thank you, Cardi B, for just being so fabulous, Cardi B. Ed is calling from Delran, New Jersey. Ed, welcome to Kayal and Company. What's on your mind?
Well, my biggest thing is that I have to call and tell you that I hope you guys have, all of you, a blessed, awesome, happy Thanksgiving. A healthy one at that. And I also want to say that we're traditional turkey people in my family.
Well, we like that. We support. I'm pro turkey. I'm not against turkey. I have friends, chef friends, who say turkey's terrible. It's dry. It's never good. And
that's baloney.
How do you cook your turkey, Ed?
Well, I've never had to slice it once. The wife generally slices it. And before that, many, many years ago, my mom used to make it all the time. The traditional turkey Thanksgiving dinner.
So your wife does all the heavy lifting? What do you contribute to this marriage?
Say what?
Well, what are you contributing to this marriage?
How about financial stability?
Dawn, do you want to take this? Ed,
Hey,
I love
I'm
you.
like you're talking to Fred Flintstone right here.
Oh, okay. So you and Barney are smoking cigarettes while the wives are cutting the lawn.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that. That's right. She does cut the lawn from time to time.
Dawn does, yes.
See?
Yeah, Dawn does that too, but there actually was
yeah,
an
I
episode
know,
of
and
the
I've heard her. That
Flintstones.
Dawn, boy, that's why she's in such great shape.
Yes.
Because
you're-
she's staying nice and physically fit.
That's right. It's great exercise.
There you go. Yep.
Well, Fred or Ed, whatever we're
Yeah.
calling you here.
Yabba dabba do.
We appreciate your sentiment, and we hope you and your family have the best Thanksgiving ever, and God bless your wife.
Something in the water today or something?
I know, right?
Just asking. I don't know. Very strange. Very strange morning.
Well, why not?
In holiday mode, a little bit.
I might say that some of these Saturday night people are gravitating here. I'm just saying.
Fair.
Although the great Earl from Tykone, who's on every show on this channel.
Yeah, he's like a mainstay on Dom's show too.
Yeah, and
He doesn't call into the morning show too much. I don't
He
think.
will not call in today. He is hunting deer.
Okay.
Watch
He
out for
gave
those
us-
zombie deer.
Oh yeah.
Well, we don't have them here. Those
Yes,
are on
we
Yellowstone.
do. No,
I thought they were
Oh,
only Yellowstone.
We have them in Pennsylvania. Yes, we do.
Zombie deer.
Yep.
Now, are you allowed to eat the zombie deer meat, or will it get in your system?
Well, you would have to cook it, make sure it's well done. But I wouldn't take that chance.
So it'd have to be deer jerky.
And you don't want to handle it. That's the big thing. You don't want to handle it.
So I won't be accepting any
serious.
deer meat from Earl from Tykone when he returns. He said he has 2 freezers he usually fills up.
Yeah, but he's experienced. He knows when he would know if it's, you know what I mean? You can tell.
So, Dawn, for the people, zombie deer, do we know what the heck's causing it?
Well, it's like this brain-eating, like, weird virus disease that you know it when you see it because they're like this, and they look like they're like, I hate
Like
to
a
say
deer
it.
in the headlights.
I mean,
well, they
isn't-
look like Kensington, like the people in Kensington. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Where they're
really?
like-
Isn't that basically what rabies is or are?
No, it's a whole different thing though. Because this
Yeah, but
actually
rabies
is,
basically turns you into a zombie because all you care about, your mind is just, into passing that rabies on to other things and other people.
well,
right?
that's true.
So like there's no more zombie anything than rabies. It's actually a scary disease.
I know. This is like horror movie stuff.
It is.
So if you see any raccoons out in the daytime, avoid them at all costs because they probably are rabid. And I think Cardi B is trying to give us all a warning.
I think so
Gonna be drowning in rats, rats and squirrels and raccoons.
That's right. That's right. It is 49 minutes after the hour. We are tardy. I'm trying to keep the Kayal traditions alive. We are tardy for the cut sheet. Gregory, please.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out at Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to kind of go out of order here, guys, like I am wont to do every now and then. I'm going to start with cut 11 here. This was posted to TikTok. This is a soldier who is leaving the Army, and he blasts the Biden administration and the state of the military because he claims he's being charged for $4,000 worth of gear that he was instructed to leave in Afghanistan during Biden's disastrous withdrawal.
This is disturbing.
So this guy took to TikTok or Twitter. I don't know where this is from.
I think it was TikTok.
TikTok,
first.
and he basically is saying, and then at the very end he shows the bill where, they were getting on a helicopter or something, and like, no, you have to leave your gear behind, and they're like, no, they're gonna charge me for it. I'm gonna take it with us. This is cut 11, guys. Go.
Want to share something with you guys today. I want to holler, I want to scream, I want to yell, but it won't do any good. Today is gear turn-in day for me. I turn in all the gear that I've collected over the last 4 years of being active duty with the Army, with the 82nd Airborne Division. 2 years ago, my unit deployed to Afghanistan for the Afghanistan withdrawal. We spent a few weeks over there. It was hectic, it was chaotic, it was disgusting, and it made me very disappointed in our government. Today, I'm reminded of how disappointed I am in our government. Go to turn in my gear. They want to charge me $500 to $1,000 for gear that I was ordered to leave in Afghanistan 2 years ago. Because as the last two birds were sitting on the tarmac, ready to leave, there wasn't any room for extra gear or extra weight. Therefore, we were told to leave it. Some lower enlisted dudes, including myself, were like, no, this stuff is expensive. I'm not leaving this. I'm going to get charged for this when it comes time to leave. Don't worry. We're going to catch you on the back end. We'll flipple it. No. It's time to get out of the Army, and they want to charge you for that. Meanwhile, we can continue to give millions of dollars to the Taliban. We can give billions of dollars to Ukraine. We can give billions of dollars to student debt relief. We can give a bunch of stupid stimulus checks. We can cut those to the American people. But we can't cover $500 to $1,000 for a dude that left gear in Afghanistan, for a dude that left gear in a place that you put me to begin with. The government is so stinking backwards right now, man. This administration's last priority is the American people. And inside of the American people, their last priority is their soldiers, their Marines, their airmen, their Navy. It's so messed up, man. I thought today was going to be bittersweet getting out. But I'm just so happy to separate. I'm very, very excited to stop serving my government and just getting started serving my country. It's sad. Today is November 20th. This is the amount they want to hit me with leaving service, $3,561. I'm not asking for help, but if you wanted to help, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm going to swallow my pride for the sake of my family and post my Venmo in the comments. Thank you so much.
There you go.
Wow. When I first started watching that,
Yeah.
my initial response was, do we know this is real? And then you look at the uniform, and it's all correct. And you listen to the guy, and he is speaking from his heart. He's not swearing. He's not cursing. He's just talking about how disappointed he is. And our military is made up predominantly, because it's been a volunteer military for decades now, of people who want to protect this country, who believe in the idea of America. And they are the 1% when the 99% of us benefit from it. How this is allowed to get to this point, I don't know. And I'm waiting for this guy to show up on mainstream media. Obviously, probably Fox or Newsmax first. But we haven't seen him anywhere other than social media, have we?
No. And it's odd, too, that he was instructed to leave it there. Not odd, but it's, he's instructed to leave it there because of, I assume, like weight issues, right?
Oh, yeah. That's what he said. And, we all remember Aaliyah and the pop star whose plane was overloaded. You can't take off.
Yep.
And they understand. The helicopter pilots understand. And equipment ain't light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And how much I just start thinking about all the other equipment we left, and God knows where it's ended up. And I also go back to, there was a rumored story during that evacuation that we left a bunch of dogs there. And that's another one of those stories that irritates me. But for this guy to then have served 2 more years and then get a bill for what they told him to leave is unconscionable.
It really is. All right, we go from the super sad to the super scary. Dawn, hold on to your womanhood here.
Uh-oh.
Mike, I do these things because, Dawn and I have been together for a long time, and I will never do a radio show without Dawn Stenson. That's how much I love her.
Love you
but
too.
sometimes I do these things just to trigger her. This is
Not sometimes. Every time you do these things to I understand. Look, I have 4 sisters.
Just winds me up.
I understand how this works. 4 sisters, and it works both ways.
This is a trans woman, so a man, excuse me, but it's true, that claims that men can get their period the same way that women do. Let me just let everybody just
can we diagram that sentence?
Men can get their period the same way that women do. I don't know how it's biologically possible. Oh, actually, this person explains. This is cut 10, guys.
What medical school did this doctor go to?
Oh, man, this is just... Yeah, if you want to see this person, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you have children in the car and you don't like what we're discussing, I apologize. But, you know, it's nature. It's life. Not this, though. Cut 10, guys. Go.
I saw a video of a cis woman saying that the periods trans women get are fundamentally different than the periods cis women get because it's from medicine we chose to take, as if that medicine isn't the same that gives you your period. Oh my god. And then she's just like, you can't get a period without a uterus. No, you can't menstruate without a uterus. Period is a collection of symptoms.
Got it, Dawn?
That trans women get from the same stuff that you have. Yeah, we have to take it, but it's the same stuff. No, it's a little used, but this thing, when it's full, that's 4 months of periods in this little guy.
It's some sort of medicine.
Where are
thing?
your
I don't
4
know.
months of periods? Oh, I have to wait 4 months to see them? You can see mine right here. See, this is how we know that, like, transphobes, TERFs, people who don't listen to trans people when they say their life experiences aren't feminists. Because a feminist would see these things and find a way to bring us together as women. You just want to draw lines in the sand.
So this dude is telling you, Dawn.
Wait. Can we go just back to the frame? What's this person's name on TikTok?
Not Dumas. Not Dumas Nora.
I'm sure it's not dumbass.
Oh.
Nora.
Not dumbass.
Okay, they probably anyway. So not dumbass Nora. All right, Dawn. Comments.
So women. So girls and women who are born female.
Where's your feminist spirit, Dawn?
Yes. Well, my feminist spirit is right here. If you are biologically born male, you cannot and do not bleed via your menstrual situation.
Thank you, Dawn.
That's just the bottom line.
Let you say
If
that.
Dumas over here would like to bleed, I could find a way to make the individual bleed, but not the way a woman does. Okay. These individuals, and by the way, sometimes I will tease my husband, Larry. I'll, say, "What? You got your period?" We tease each other about, because men do have hormone situations and moods and all that stuff, and we can tease about it. That's real. Okay. But to say that, I'm just, for this individual who has a, male apparatus and is born male, you be you. But why do they have to preach to women to say, hey, you women like me, why you women shut up because I am everything you are. No, you're not. You're not a woman. You're just not. And you can't have a baby, and you can't breastfeed, and you don't have menstruation. Quite frankly, why anybody would want that?
I was just going to say.
To bleed every 21 days.
All these dudes.
For 7 days. Like, why would you want that?
All these dudes. By the way, 21 days?
Every 21 days for 7 days. Yeah.
And it's not just the bleeding, it's the pain and the bloating and the irritability.
3 to 7 days, but it's like...
Yeah.
It's once a month.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why all these dudes want this. Look, if you want to live your life however you want to live it, I could give two whats if you want to identify as a man, woman, whatever. But to sit here and claim that you can get these same things that women get, or if you're a woman and you can get these same things that men get, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's not biologically correct. Follow the science. It's not biologically correct.
Well, that person does purchase, and I'm wondering who's paying for that little vial with 4 months of periods inside. I remember, I hold this up here, and there's 4 months of periods in here.
Yes.
You can't do that. To say to real women Show me your 4 months of periods in one jar. I have it right here. It's so hideous. It's so ridiculous. Where are the friends? Where are the family members of these people to say, listen, Dumas, or whatever you want to call yourself, none of this is real.
Yep.
You're living in a fantasy world. You can't menstruate. But I'm not allowed to say that because I'm an actual male, and this person pretending to be a female. Dawn, I just wish you had your own government channel to tell everybody the truth. It'd be Dawn's truth every day.
Well, even this site, okay, Medical News Today, they say, I'm quoting, while transgender women will not experience the bleeding part of the menstrual cycle because they take all of these hormones and estrogen and all these pills that the Dumas individual just held up, they experience other PMDD-like symptoms.
Why would you want that?
Right. Why would you want sore breasts, rapid mood shifts, and irritability? Why would anybody want that?
Well,
you know,
why
to make this
why
individual
is science,
volatile.
Why is science creating that? We have how many millions of people are struggling every damn day with cancer and the pain and the struggle and the fight of cancer. Why in the hell is science creating a drug that will simulate the pain and suffering of menstruation when it has nothing to do with it? Amen. It seems like a gigantic waste of time and money, and why the hell are we paying for it?
Amen.
Here's what those pills do to that individual. Irritability, tiredness, sleeping too much or too little, appetite changes, anxiety, rapid changes in mood, loss of interest in sex.
Wait. This is what the drug causes?
Yes.
These aren't the side effects. Like when you listen to commercials for drugs, it says
right.
side effects may include irritability. No, this is
not
desired effect.
Yes. Yes.
Here's a bunch of stuff that's going to make you really, really, really awful.
Gastrointestinal symptoms such as nausea, headaches, cramping, bloating, swollen or tender breasts. Why would anybody want all this stuff? Do these individuals work, and where do they get the money for all this prescription medication?
Yeah, that seems like a lot of work to put into something.
Probably expensive.
Yeah.
Gender-affirming care. It denies all of those words. Gender-affirming. It is not gender-affirming, and it's definitely not care. If I'm taking any medications, which I don't take any daily medications, thank you, God. I take my half aspirin every morning or whatever the hell it is. If I'm taking anything, it's to make me feel better. It's not to make, I need to feel crappy for 7 days every month.
Yep.
I wonder if I could get a government program, and I'm sure since it was a vial, that has to be injected.
Yeah.
So someone's injecting that into this confused person.
You know what really irks me? So just recently I found out that for my son, remember I was talking about his continuous glucose monitoring, Dexcom. My insurance company, United Healthcare, denied the coverage for that. And so that denies, so we've been paying out of pocket, and we're trying to, go to try to, do an appeal process through the wonderful doctors at Children's Hospital. And I've been really fired up about it. And I can't believe that for type 1 diabetics, juvenile diabetics, this is a deadly autoimmune disease that's incurable. I could go on and on, right? So I just looked this up since you brought this up. Do you know that the same healthcare company that's denying my child and thousands of other children Dexcom, and by the way, I looked up those two CEOs and they made a combined $104 million last year. And do you know the same company, effective January 1st, 2023, United Healthcare expands gender dysphoria benefits.
Oh, boy.
Wow. I'm about to really go off on a huge, so you have kids to no fault of their own with this autoimmune that in our case, it's not even in our DNA. Sometimes it's hereditary and babies can get it. Little kids, it's juvenile diabetes. It's not type 2. It's the autoimmune, incurable, and without the insulin, you die without it. Within 2 years or less, you're dead. So United Healthcare is denying Dexcom for those children across America, but for gender dysphoria, like dumbass over there, or Dumas, whatever, they're going to cover it. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, and the care that you're talking about, the coverage for your son, is life-saving. It is
Yes.
it is preventative, and what this is some kind of ridiculous mental health support, which seems to be completely 180 degrees away from what we consider mental health. Gender dysphoria, please, God help us. I just want to know what the cost is. And how much you and I are paying, and how many people are paying to feather the nest of those CEOs at $100+ million a year.
Kevin Poole's Dawn on the YouTube chat suggests a class action lawsuit.
Yeah, that's actually work. I think I might be calling JDRF today. I'm actually serious.
We know some lawyers too. So,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true.
Anyway,
Skopinich.
Yeah, Thomas
Right?
Thomas G. Skopinich.
Wow.
The law offices of Thomas G. Skopinich. You should definitely,
I bet there's more than a handful of parents of type 1 diabetes, juvenile diabetes kids who are being denied this care.
Sure, because this is United Healthcare. It's one of the largest healthcare, insurers in the country. So, think about that. But think of what a slap in the face that is.
Yep. All right, guys. I know that we hear Dawn and I especially, because we do it. Well, you do too, Mike. Every day, getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, we don't get a lot of sleep. I have a 3-year-old, so I certainly don't get a lot of sleep. But did you guys know that there's racism rooted in sleep?
I would expect it.
What?
How is there not?
That black people, according to this, TikToker, black people are more likely to suffer from lack of sleep because of racism. So therefore, sleeping is racist. I don't know. If you can follow this, you're a better person than I am. Cut 9, guys, go.
Let's talk about the sleep gap.
Gap.
Did you know that Black Americans do not sleep as well as white Americans do? The Center for Disease Control and Prevention conducted and published research in 2020 on sleep in the US. The results showed that 43.5% of Black or African Americans had trouble sleeping, compared with 30.7% of white respondents. Black and Latinx people in the US spend 15% of their night in deep sleep, which is the most restorative and regenerative phase of sleep, compared to 20% of white Americans. Poor sleep is a public health problem. Whether it's because of historical stress, maltreatment, or health inequities, Black Americans do not sleep enough. And poor sleep is a feedback loop, and the effects of poor sleep mean you're more likely to get bad sleep again. This sleep gap is worsened for people that are low income, disabled, or undocumented. Looking back to the enslavement of Black people in the US, fatigue has been used as a measure of control against Black people. This is why several campaigners and academics are pitching sleep as an act of resistance for the Black community. To rest, even to take naps, is an act of self-care, is an act of resistance. So this Black History Month, to any Black person watching this video, remember to rest.
Rest.
So, sleeping is a form of protest or social activism.
Yeah. Got it?
And is this person in the U.S.? I mean, she has this British accent and uses all the British pronunciations, but she's quoting CDC numbers.
Yeah, and it's about the United States, so it's about African Americans in the U.S.
Look, sleep is important. Sleep is universally important to
Yep.
every single human being. It's one of the most wonderful things you can do for yourself is to try and get an average of 6.5 hours per night. People who work in our business, especially in our time slot,
I was just going to say that.
do not.
No.
I know Nick is a napper, and he talks about how glorious his naps are.
Yep.
His naps are probably
hideous,
according to the doctor. He naps too much.
Yes.
But 6.5 hours required. When's the last time you got 6.5 hours for 5 days in a row, Dawn?
Last time she was on vacation.
Yeah, I don't even know. a long time.
So maybe it's not just racial. Maybe it's against women. Maybe the sleep problem is it's against the women in the country.
You know, I will say this, and I'm looking at some research on this. It would make sense to me if somebody said that, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. talked about this, that if you want to talk about socioeconomic, then you could say that it's a socioeconomic issue. That, in other words, maybe if you're very wealthy or you're very privileged or very blessed, you end up with a life, right, that where you don't have to like take a bus or to get up earlier to take public transportation like Philadelphia school children do, for example. And so you could make the argument that it's socioeconomic, and then you could say, well, who lives in some of these areas that are predominantly, dealt this blow, this socioeconomic blow, black and brown individuals, perhaps. But I still would say, based on the population, if you look at the breakdown of the population, I would say that still wouldn't make sense to me. It still would have to go by socioeconomic lines rather than racial lines or even gender. I mean, even with gender, think about, that doesn't make sense, because think about all the shift workers. Even if you're going to say, well, women and having babies and you're up all night or this or that, but then you have all the shift workers, the cops, the truck drivers, everybody who's on that overnight shift. So it has to do with socioeconomic issues rather than racial issues, I believe.
You know what's funny is my wife, who's a very light sleeper, she really does suffer from insomnia. But like, even if she didn't, if my son, when he was a baby, would cry in the middle of the night, she would hear it just like that. Me, I could sleep through a bus being run through our house. Like there would be no way. Like, I would have to have, if she's out without me or something like that, or I'm watching him at night, I need to put like a monitor next to my bed with it up on full blast, or I won't hear him. You know what I mean? But like, there's something instinctively about women that they can just hear that.
Well, and that's why I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, Dawn, you've just introduced a new concept here.
What?
We have food deserts that we were told years ago that it's racist, that there aren't enough good food stores in some of the lower income areas. Yeah. Now we have sleep deserts. that there are neighborhoods where there is just not enough sleep going on. Mm-hmm. And the sleep deprivation is obviously racist, and there needs to be sleep reparations. So how do we generate sleep reparations at this point? I know you did a reparations segment yesterday. Were sleep reparations discussed?
No, but that's actually a great idea. So you could say that certain communities get a nap time, but not for you.
That's right. No nap for you today. All right. Today we'll be doing napping reparations for people who have been deprived. And as a morning radio guy for 30 plus years now, I have serious sleep deprivation. Mm-hmm. If I get 6 hours, it's because I was drugged. Somebody drugged me. Yeah. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Last night I was helping David with a paper till like 10:30 at night, and my husband woke me up around 1 this morning because he couldn't find his wallet, and then he couldn't find his keys.
Oh boy!
So that's nice of him to wake you up to find his stuff.
Because I know where everything is, right? So I don't know. I had maybe I had a total of 3 hours sleep.
Wow.
But that's to Greg's point, and that's why I do get irked when somebody claims that they're a woman, because I celebrate men. I love men. I work with great men, right? That like Greg Stocker, like you, Mike. That I love my sons, my dad, my husband, and my brother. But I celebrate the men in my life. But it is pretty cool what you were just talking about with Steph, with your wife.
Yep.
We are wired where, especially after you have a baby, and even I think if you adopt a kid, there's something in your wiring where it's amazing how you just change.
Yep.
And that's amazing. That's beautiful. That's, you know what I mean? Why do we have to apologize for that or bow down to somebody who says, I am just like you? No, you're not.
It's a great point. Like, I would like to take that TikToker and say, hey, if you had a child and the baby needed you in the middle of the night, would you have that wiring to wake up like a lot of women are trained to?
I can't wait for Black History Month to see if there's going to be a push for a sleep equity coming up. If there's going to be now, will I, as a non-person of color or a person of non-color, whatever that I'm described as, a white devil, whatever, will I be required not to sleep? Will I be forced, right. like that scene in Clockwork Orange, where I'll have my eyes held open and screening historic movies?
Yep. Let's get back to politics here, shall we?
Yes.
Nikki Haley was campaigning. I think this was in Iowa.
I believe it was.
Yeah. And she took a question from a kid in the crowd. I'm going to cut 8 here, Phil. She took a question from the kid in the crowd, and the response to what she said to this kid, it goes really fast, so I'll play it a few times if you can't hear it. The response from this kid is amazing. Cut 8, Phil, go.
I love your hat. Thank you. What if your guys gave it to me for free?
Oh, man.
But so the kid has a Nikki Haley hat on.
It has a Nikki Haley hat on, and she says, "I love your hat."
I love your hat. Thank you. What if your guys gave it to me for free?
Your guys gave it to me for free. It's amazing.
I love that.
It's amazing.
That's just such a great truth. The 3 great truths. 3 things that never lie: drunks, yoga pants, and kids.
Speaking of Nikki Haley,
I know that's wrong, Don, but
that was
true.
Funny.
Speaking of Nikki Haley, she was the topic of conversation last night on CNN because Chris Christie was on. I know.
Wait a minute, Chris Christie was on mainstream media?
Can you imagine?
He's almost never on TV.
Never.
Shocked.
Never.
How?
So was asking about so Kayal Collins was asking him about, poll numbers and how, his we've said this, he's putting all his chips in on New Hampshire. If he has a good showing in New Hampshire, he's going to continue, is what he says. And Kayal Collins asked about Iowa and South Carolina and do those states not matter? And he gives some answer. But then the topic of Nikki Haley is brought up, and I think he has an interesting point because we're talking about Nikki Haley surging in the polls and really having a great showing over the last couple of weeks. But he brings up an interesting point here. Cut 12, guys, go.
You dropped out of the race in 2016 after you were sixth in New Hampshire. How well do you do in New Hampshire to justify staying in this race?
Got to do well, Caitlin. And I'm not going to put a place on it now, but, I'll know it when I see it. And you've seen me operate before. If I don't think I do well enough, I'll get out of a race. I have no interest in being a spoiler. I have an interest in being president of the United States. And if I'm rewarded by the voters in New Hampshire with a strong finish, I'm going to take this thing all the way to the convention. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
So you will only stay in this race through the convention if you have a strong finish in New Hampshire?
Yes, I will.
What about South Carolina? I mean, is it only based off how you do in New Hampshire? Do the states that follow matter?
Well, no, look, I think that the race is going to narrow significantly. And when you get to South Carolina, I assume that Nikki Haley has to win South Carolina. I mean, for heaven's sake, it's her home state. I would hope she has to win. If she doesn't win there, I think that's a problem. And quite frankly, she's, said she's going to do second place in Iowa. So there's high expectations for her now, and we'll see if she meets them.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump is certainly polling above her in South Carolina. It would be quite something if she did win that state. Donald Trump, has, as you noted, he's not.
Hold on, Caitlin.
Go ahead.
Caitlin, hold on for a second. She's a 2-term governor of South Carolina. If you don't win your home state, which state exactly are you going to win?
That's the question for everybody. I mean, Donald Trump is polling above everyone in every state.
I understand that, but I will tell you this. We had a primary in New Jersey. You can count on the fact that I'd win it.
Okay, Governor.
What do you think about it? It is an interesting point, though. If she's not going to win, look, she's not going to win South Carolina. But no. Shouldn't she? If she's the governor of the state?
No, not necessarily.
It looks bad.
It does look bad.
Well, Kamala Harris didn't get one delegate, and she lost miserably in California, where she was a sitting senator, and she's now the vice president of the United States, a heartbeat away from being the president. So while all these primaries are important for it, let's look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire is one of the states that you consider an outlier. It's not exactly a state that's a traditional Republican state. These are people that want a constitutional convention. They want a convention of states right now. So you're going to get people that are more libertarian thinking, people who are more disruptor thinking, who aren't going to vote for a traditional candidate, and they will probably support Trump. But Christie won't even quantify what a good showing is for himself in New Hampshire. Yet he has quantified what he has determined to be a disqualifier for Nikki Haley if she doesn't win South Carolina. I find that interesting and hypocritical.
Karine Jean-Pierre yesterday was taking questions.
Wait, the press secretary?
Yeah, she was taking.
She still have her job?
She was taking questions from the press. Speaking of politics, she took a question on Biden's low approval, and basically saying, "Look, we're not going to change. We're not going to change the mind of Americans." I mean, isn't that your job to kind of change the mind of Americans? But okay, cut one, guys, go.
The polls that show that the electorate at large, and also significant majorities within the Democratic Party, believe that the president is too old. The polls that show the American people and also significant majorities within the Democratic Party don't want him to run again. And the polls that show his handling of the economy, foreign policy, all of these dismal polls, his job approval ratings, does the White House have any basis to challenge the accuracy of that polling?
I'm not challenging the accuracy here. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm saying to you is that, we're not going to change the minds of Americans. I get that. Americans are going to feel how they feel, and we're going to respect that. And I've said that many times from here. Many times. I said that moments ago. What I can tell you is what our perspective is. What I can tell you is how we see things.
So basically, they're just giving up on messaging, Mike.
Well, wait a minute. Last week, Joe said people just didn't understand how good the economy was. So they are in denial, or they are at least questioning the people. James Rosen was the guy grilling her there. Our buddy, and he listens to this radio station when he's in the neighborhood, just so you should know he's a big fan. Rosen is great because he sets it up nicely. If you look at the first 3 seconds, when he starts down the track he's going, she eye rolls him right out of the blocks. And you're like, oh, God, could you be any more transparent, lady? But, yeah, she totally eye-rolled him because he was bringing up facts, and they hate it when there's facts. But for her to say, well, we know we're not going to change people's minds, why don't you care then about their minds and what they're thinking? It's really interesting.
Yep. Also on David Axelrod's criticism, we talked about that here yesterday. Axelrod kind of doubled down on Twitter the other day too, basically saying that if Joe Biden is going to get out, he needs to get out now, and basically giving him I think a 50-50 chance of even winning.
Yeah,
Crazy.
he did. He said he said that flat out. He's got a 50-50 shot.
Yeah.
And we were going back and forth yesterday about this, and it does appear that the DNC has the controls on this, and they will get to make a decision. If Joe doesn't pull out personally, the DNC will get to make a decision during the convention.
Oh, wow. So stay tuned.
Yeah, so that's going to go through the summer, into the summer.
So KJP was asked about David Axelrod's criticism of Biden's stamina, and this was her response. Cut 3, guys, go.
You mentioned the president's excited to be celebrating his birthday, but I'm curious, David Axelrod told the New York Times, quote, Biden thinks he can cheat nature here, and it's really risky. A, what's the president's response to David Axelrod? Does he respect his opinion? Does he think he's right? But also, is there a real alarm happening behind the scenes that the president is simply too old to stake around for another 4 years?
No, there's no alarm happening behind the scenes. I can only speak behind the scenes here. There's no alarm happening behind the scenes, and I'm certainly not going to comment on everybody who has something to say.
Nobody. I mean, David Axelrod
I
is
didn't say that.
Yeah.
Nowhere in my response to you that I said that. I said I'm just not going to comment on everyone that has a comment to say. They're going to speak for themselves. I'm going to speak for the president, and here what I'll say is, look. And also, it's just not my job. It's not my job to think through or to tell people what to think, right? Whether it's the American people out there or a political analyst or as your question is about David Axelrod. It's just not my place to speak to that.
His point is good though. Like, it's just like he's not just another political pundit. He was Obama's right-hand man for years. Like, for an administration that Joe Biden was a part of. Just saying.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to infer that, in fact, David Axelrod is still in regular communication with former President Barack Obama.
Yeah.
And so if David's saying it, I'm thinking Barack is saying it.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
It's from Barack's mouth to Axelrod's Twitter account. It's right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And unless Valerie Jarrett tweets it, which she's not, but this is definitely the Obama administration trying to nudge Joe off the ledge.
Yeah, I think two things. You look at the Michigan poll, that's concerning. Trump is ahead. And I know a lot of people say national polls don't matter, but the state-by-state ones do. But also, when you look at the age and the fact that young people, by and large, just are turned off by Joe Biden, think he's too old, think he's incompetent. I mean, these numbers, job approval numbers, keep going down, but especially among younger Americans.
Well, a couple of things that happened yesterday. Yesterday, Joe Biden's 81st birthday, and they took a different approach yesterday with Joe being more self-deprecating and mocking his own age. A year ago, if you remember, he was pretty salty about it. Mm-hmm. When he turned 80, one of the interviews he had, he looked at the reporter and he said, "What, you don't think I know how old I am? You don't think I know how old I am at this point?"
I forgot about that.
And so yesterday he came out and said, "Hey, it's hard turning 60." And then they posted a picture of the birthday cake in the White House, which probably would have set off a fire alarm or smoke detector in your house. It looks like there's 147 candles on that cake. And he actually joked about that. So they've decided to try and turn him. But he's got a real short temper. He is known for being very short-tempered and snapping at people. So this is part of it. And KJP said that what was her first reaction there? We don't have anything in place. There is a plan called the bubble wrap plan of Joe Biden that is apparently kicked into place already. They're trying to bubble wrap him through the election to where he can't fall down, he can't verbally stumble, and it's limiting his access to the media as well. So there is a plan in place, and they are trying to make him back to the avuncular Joe Biden, but it's not going to work because he can't sustain that.
You look at among younger voters, 18 to 34, Biden only 42%, Trump 46%. And that's why I do think that Biden yesterday, they were trying, during the whole turkey thing, and he was trying to be cool and hip and talk about, modern day pop stars. But then
do we have time for that clip, Gregory?
This is so good.
So, by the way, keep your eye on what the mainstream media is doing with Joe Biden and Donald Trump and age. The public's dislike of Joe Biden's advanced age is already baked into the election. But what the left is now trying to do is the whataboutism.
Yep.
And they're saying, I heard yesterday, well, let's not forget that in June, Donald Trump will turn 78. I'm sorry, you're talking about June?
Next June.
Yeah, they're going to try and paint Trump now. And yesterday, Trump's doctor came out with a health report. I don't know if you read it, but he said he's lost weight, he's in much better shape, he's in excellent shape, and his cognitive tests were absolutely razor sharp. So this was I think, the best campaign move the Trump campaign has come up with in a long time. On Joe Biden's 81st birthday, you put out a new medical report, totally unsolicited, that makes your guy sound like he's slimmer, he's faster, he's sharper. And now Joe Biden comment?
Well, I mean, the Trump campaign should say, hey, I released my medical records, now you should release yours.
Yeah.
Well, they don't have to because it's not required. But by putting it out there and the mainstream media picking it up, they're kind of saying, well, Joe Biden hasn't done this. I thought it was a very good attack without being a direct attack.
So what Dawn was mentioning here, this was at the White House Thanksgiving turkey pardon. I believe the turkeys were Liberty and Bell. Is that?
Yeah, not pandering to Philadelphia at all, are we? No.
When he made this unfortunate stumble about hip pop stars, cut 7 guys go.
Now, just to get here, Liberty and Bell had to beat some tough odds in competition. They had to work hard to show patience and be willing to travel over 1,000 miles. You could say even this harder than getting a ticket to the Renaissance tour or Britney's tour. She's down in, it's kind of warm in Brazil right now.
Wow.
Okay,
I mean,
diagram that sentence.
So he's confusing Beyonce, Britney, and Taylor Swift
Yep.
all in one big sentence,
Because Beyonce is doing the Renaissance tour, right?
which I think is done.
And
Okay.
Britney hasn't toured in years.
Well, she was doing a she was
Vegas,
she was doing a Vegas
Has
residency for a while.
hasn't that show been put on hold? I know
Yeah.
she's doing the knife thing. She's got her knife dancing.
Those aren't real
which-
knives.
Sure, they're not.
And-
But it's fun to watch. But he did, and Taylor Swift didn't even get a mention, nor did her tour name.
No, and by the way, that was I think if you're watching the video, you saw it. It was like 11:45 yesterday morning. Like the news had already broke that like a fan, like a Taylor Swift fan, died in Brazil, and he's like, I hear it's really hot in Brazil now. Like, oh God, can you be any more tone deaf? Like it's just the whole thing is just cringy.
The fan died over the weekend.
Yep.
And the concert, the other concert was already delayed. I think the fan died Friday, and the Saturday the news broke.
Yep.
So nobody's telling him the appropriate details on this. But you're right, to confuse Beyonce, Britney, and Taylor Swift all in one sentence, and then to try and put a button on it by saying, it's hot down there in Brazil.
It's just
so hot.
So bad.
God.
Yeah.
Do you have the other clip about him talking about the tradition of pardoning the turkeys?
No.
And there was one more thing that happened yesterday with that event. Joe, first of all, had the wrong date on when it happened.
Oh, boy.
He said it happened 78 years ago, and he wasn't around then. Well, technically he was. But the first turkey pardon happened under Lincoln. And so it is well beyond the 78 years that Joe Biden quoted yesterday. And then there was something that's not getting a lot of attention. He suddenly left that event and did the fast walk back into the White House. Now, I'm just saying, at a certain age, there comes emergencies where the train is going to leave the station. And you can't stop the train from leaving the station.
I know.
I'm watching Joe do the fast walk, and the Marine Guards had to kind of get out of the way and open the door. If you haven't seen it, you should look it up. It's pretty damn funny.
It's amazing. What was your reaction, Michael Palka? We discussed this last week when Biden called Xi a dictator.
Wow, I was like, yeah, you got that right. He said the quiet part out loud.
Yep.
But the funnier thing was the reaction from Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
It was, yep.
Who basically, if we could have had a brain scan that would read the sound in his head, you would have heard Homer Simpson go, "No!"
Roger King on the YouTube chat says 76 years ago. It was 1863, Lincoln, for the turkey pardon.
That's more than 76 years ago.
80.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's way more than 76 years ago.
Yeah.
I get you. Okay, sorry. Moving on.
Just curious.
I get.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but 1863. Let's add 100. That's 1963. And then let's add another 50, 60, and here we are.
But Joe said 76 years ago, right?
Yeah, Joe said it was.
Yeah.
And he goes, I wasn't around then, but he was celebrating his 81st birthday.
Yeah. See, this is what Joe Biden does. He confuses all of us, right?
Well, he's
well,
just
no, I
trying
think
to.
he's confused himself.
Yes,
We're
he's
not
trying
confused.
to drag us into his swirl.
Yeah.
So you're all for the Biden calling Xi a dictator?
I think it's accurate.
Yeah.
Look, you've got people. You've got an entire genocidal move by China trying to eliminate the Uyghurs. They're in work camps. You have child labor. You have every bit of. You can't have private industry in China. And he's also talking about reclaiming Taiwan. Currently, without a military move, they're working on a political deal that could be effective in the next 6 months, according to our buddy Gordon Chang. But yeah, he's a dictator.
Yeah. So John Kirby was asked about this yesterday when he took to the podium, and this is what he said. Cut 4.
President Biden stood by calling President Xi a dictator at the APEC press conference. China's foreign ministry condemned this as, quote, extremely incorrect and irresponsible political manipulation. What is the administration's response or reaction to this?
We came away from San Francisco with some concrete deliverables on fentanyl, on military-to-military communications, on getting our two teams together to start working on artificial intelligence, particularly in the national security realm. There was an awful lot of very good outcomes out of this meeting between President Biden and President Xi, and the president's looking forward. We're looking forward to managing this relationship in a more responsible way and moving things forward, looking for ways where we can cooperate, but also not being afraid to confront where we can, including on the tensions in the South China Sea. So the president's and his whole national security team is focused forward now coming out of San Francisco.
I'm not sure you heard my question, Admiral Kirby. Can I rephrase my question? Nowhere in that question was reference to any of the crap you just tried to offload on us. That was a complete and total avoidance of anything relating to that question at all. Unbelievable. I feel bad for Kirby. You know, he's in an untenable situation, and he's way in over his head, almost worse than KJP.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's what I got.
That was excellent, and we'll have yet another cut sheet just around the corner. It is 8:38. Time for Dawn's. Is it the top three? Am I ever going to get this right?
Big three. The big three at 8.
The big three at 8 o'clock.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
And Big 3 at 8. Now sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Yeah. So number one, what's number one? Number one, I'm going to take you to Elon Musk is pushing back and fighting back as he has announced, it has been announced, and because the court filing has been done, that Elon Musk's company, X, it has sued Media Matters for America. So he says that Media Matters, which we know all about, suing them for defamation after that left-leaning nonprofit released a report on ads on X running right next to pro-Nazi content and helped trigger the top advertisers, triggering them essentially to go forth and leave and drop their ads because of this, because they were convinced of this anti-Semitism. And so in the lawsuit, if you read it down there, what they're alleging here is that Media Matters exploited the platform to force a situation so that the ads would appear this way, which included this excessive scrolling and then curating its feed with this fringe content to make it appear that this was happening when in fact they forced this to happen. There were even people on social media, various groups that were trying to make that happen. and they said they couldn't even force that to happen.
Yeah,
What-
Michael
right?
Schellenberger
Yes.
is one of the guys that was given access to all the Twitter files in the past, and he attempted to recreate what Media Matters was claiming happened. And Schellenberger's, he's an incredible journalist, couldn't get it done. And this is Media Matters for America. That's the full name of the company. They are some of the most evil people I have ever run into. They used to dog us when I worked at the Blaze. They used to put a person on you to follow you around conventions and trying to get you to make statements that they could then turn into flamethrowers against you.
They did that. They did that to us here as well. And
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
and then they call your sponsors.
advertisers. Yep.
Yeah.
They did that to us over Rush Limbaugh. They did it to us over. I know this is going to be shocking to both of you, but there was a huge campaign about 15 years ago against Michael Smerconish here by Media Matters. That they were trying to get him off the air. They were targeting his sponsors. So yeah, I know firsthand what this organization is all about. They are ruthless
and well funded. They are very well funded. I think there were some Soros bucks tied into them. And now, in addition to Elon Musk, who said he was going to launch the mother of all lawsuits against them, and he apparently did. Did I read that the Texas Attorney General has also opened an investigation into them?
Yes. Yep. So that's the first of
Ken Paxton, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see.
Yep.
So Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton stated that he's opening this investigation into Media Matters for potential fraudulent activity, and then Paxton then noted, what Musk was claiming here. Also, I'll just mention Linda Yaccarino, because she was educated here in Philadelphia, went to college here, but she put out there because all these marketing companies and other people were urging her to resign, to get away from this, distance herself. And so she put out there, if you know me, you know I am committed to truth and fairness. Here's the truth. Not a single authentic user on X saw IBM's, Comcast, locally owned, or Oracle's ads next to the content in Media Matters article. So only 2 users saw Apple's ad next to the content, and at least one of which was Media Matters themselves. So data wins over manipulation or allegations. Do not be manipulated. Stand with X. I thought that was a great statement, and she's defending the company. And Elon Musk, I mean, this is to me personally, because I've had them target me as well, this is a huge lawsuit because it will expose everything about this company that claims to be a nonprofit, and they're not a nonprofit.
No.
They're a pit bull for the far left.
They have endless money to go after conservative media outlets and go after it brilliantly from the source of the money for conservative media outlets. They take a real active approach to going after sponsors. Yep. So very familiar with them, and there's just I personally, the people that I've encountered at conventions, they're just weasels.
Yep.
And they have no interest in the truth. They only have a mission. That's to take down anyone with a differing opinion.
It's so nauseating because they go after companies where it hurts in the wallet, and they go after sponsors, and sponsors get scared because they're like, wait, because half of them don't even know where they're advertising. They're like, wait a minute, our ads are next to what? All right, take those down. We don't want anything to do with that, because if you're a big brand like that, you don't want to be associated with this stuff, whether it's true or not. So that's why I always say to listeners and people listening right now or watching on YouTube, like these groups literally have tapes and tapes and tapes of us, and they have a whole staff of people that just listen to radio all day, scrub through, and anything we say, whether it's taken out of context or not, they will put up on the internet and say, hey, so-and-so, you're advertising with this? Hey, so-and-so, that's why I say there is nothing more important to this radio station. The lifeblood of this radio station is our advertisers, because they are putting their necks on the line by advertising and putting their spots and their commercials and in the hands of us, and they believe in free speech. And I implore everybody listening, everybody must patronize our sponsors. They must, because they're doing great work by coming out and supporting what we do. And even if you don't need a new car, or just call them up and just say, hey, you know what? I heard you on 1210 WPHT. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. It is so important right now more than ever, to patronize the sponsors and the ads that you hear on this radio station. Sorry,
Amen.
guys, I didn't mean to go. This really bugs me. You know what I mean? It really bugs me that this little organization, or these little organizations, or 5 people with avatars, with exes avatars, have this much power. It is nauseating.
Thank God that Elon Musk freed X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, from the liberals, because people stood up. And when the first statement came out that said, Elon Musk is anti-Semitic, he's supporting Nazi stuff, somebody found a picture of the president of IBM in 1938 sitting next to Adolf Hitler and posted it and said, IBM, comment? And I just love the fact that the internet is forever, and that people are this aggressive, and we have to have both sides shown. And so Elon Musk did, and I believe the Trump organization has also enjoined or has filed a suit against Media Matters. So this is the way to get them, is to bankrupt them, is to get to do lawfare the way they're doing it against Donald Trump.
Yep.
Well, and to expose them, because they'll
as well,
right?
yeah.
They'll get into the nitty-gritty of what they've been doing, who supports them, how the money flows, etc. Number 2 in the big 3, I know this is on the cover of the digital version of the Philadelphia Inquirer, but it's worth a mention. We have many in law enforcement, especially who are interested in this one, and it is that reportedly Mayor-elect Sherelle Parker of Philadelphia has made up her mind, will reportedly name Kevin J. Bethel as her pick for Philadelphia's next police commish. So these are sources that are being quoted. They're not naming the sources. Remember, she had promised in one of her first speeches after being elected that she would quickly get to this and fill these jobs, in particular Philadelphia police with the crime issues, etc. So Bethel's a former deputy commissioner and current chief of school safety for the school district of Philadelphia. So this announcement is expected to be made either sometime later today or perhaps tomorrow. That's what we're hearing. And so what it means is that John Stanford, who's the acting commissioner, the interim commissioner, it doesn't look like he'll get it. Deputy Commissioner Joel Dales, Joel Fitzgerald. There were a lot of rumors about different individuals bringing them back, etc. It looks like this is her pick. And of course, this after Danielle Outlaw, as we know, abruptly resigned to take that job with the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey for a ton of money, but she got out of town very quickly, knowing that she would be booted. That is Danielle Outlaw. So that's the latest on that one. Number 3, which I want to get to, is, so we kept hearing about how it was like a meet the parents, meet the Fockers type thing with Taylor Swift. The Kelsey parents were supposedly going to be there for the big game last night, to see our Philadelphia Eagles crush the Kansas City Chiefs in their house.
I mean, crush is a strong word.
All right, well, all right.
21-17.
Oh,
I digress.
The second half, there was not a point scored by Kansas City. I'm just saying.
The final score said 21-17. So Crush is, I mean, it was a great win. They deserve it. It was wonderful. They're the best team in the NFL. But Crush is a strong word. That's all I'm saying. Sorry.
Crush, I admit a little bias over here. But so why did the parents meet? Taylor Swift's parents were expected to be introduced to Ed and Donna Kelsey, of course, the parents of the better brother, Jason, and Travis, the lesser, but very cute. And so, no, they were not apparently, they were not there together. The parents were. Now, was it because she was, stuck in hot Brazil because of all the delays in her concert situation? So I believe that was the cause. But in fact, they said that Taylor and Travis have met each other's parents, so it only makes sense. They'd want their parents to meet each other, but I guess they were not doing the big public meetup at last night's game. That's the word.
Interesting.
So, Dawn.
What?
meeting the parents or the parents getting together, that doesn't happen when you're just casually dating.
Agreed.
So, like, have you met the parents of any of the young ladies your child may have gone out with?
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Is that now that I know
But they're
more
in
about
high school together, so
okay.
it's different.
Yeah.
That's different. But this, I don't know.
Did your parents get together with Larry's parents before things got serious?
Yeah, of course. But I think this is serious. I actually think they're going to get married.
Peter asks on the YouTube chat, says, nobody cares about Britney Swift.
Check, please. Check, please. True.
By the way, I would just like to say, before I married my wife, I went to her parents and asked for permission.
Oh.
Really?
Oh, not to her dad. You did both parents.
Both parents. Both parents.
Was there a dowry? How many cows did you get?
How many goats?
Her dad, who is like just the most wonderful human being on the face of the earth, got all awkward and and told me there was not a return policy on her. So,
oh, that's pretty funny.
I love it.
So, now, were you an adult when you got engaged?
Me? Yeah, I was 20. I was late. It was
opposed to a teenager, you mean?
28 or so. 27, 28.
like
Yeah,
that.
you're a few years out, at least 6 years out of college.
Yeah,
You're kind of on your own. You're an adult. Dawn, you were a child bride. I know that.
That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
She was 14 when she was married. Congratulations.
Coal miner's daughter right here on a Butcher Holler.
No, but it's a cute little story. So, I mean, Donna, we also have the shots, especially of Donna Kelsey, but I guess they didn't want to do it for that game because Taylor obviously couldn't be there. She was in Brazil.
Ugh.
I'm so over the entire obsession with this, and have we given them one name though? Like there was Brangelina for Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Is there or whatever the J-Lo and Ben Affleck, whatever theirs was? Is there one of those? Is there a portmanteau of their names that's been created?
Would it be Travis and Taylor? So Travte, Tay
The
Trav?
T's. Maybe we call them the T's, the double T.
Tay-Trav?
Now that's going to get twisted.
They just did a full write up about him, like a full feature in the Wall Street Journal. I don't know if you guys saw it, Travis
Yes.
Kelce. I'm just like, oh my god,
yeah,
what is happening?
Well, there's a story today about how they got together, about how
the bracelet.
It's something. See, that's a story I had heard, but I saw this headline today, and because I don't give a rat's ass, I didn't read the story. But there is a story that Travis explains how he managed, how romance got them together, and I'm like, I don't need this today.
He made a bracelet and literally said, will you go out with me, and put his phone number or whatever on the bracelet and gave it to her. And that's why the Eagles last night, I don't know, I assume it was Jason, but they put out Philadelphia Eagles. They made like a beaded bracelet with the beads that said Eagles win, as sort of like making fun of
that's fantastic.
that whole thing, which I love that.
Yeah.
That is absolutely fantastic. I endorse that.
Yeah,
I endorse anyone that mocks that kind of ridiculousness. Now, I say all this because my wife and I didn't meet until our early 30s, and our parents put us together. It was an arranged sort of a thing.
Really?
Yeah. Catholic boy, Catholic girl, both in the entertainment business. You should meet. Not going to happen. And here we are 33 years later, and it's stuck.
So your parents knew.
Yeah, and they still, to this day in the afterlife, they take credit for it too.
Aww.
We did that. We did that.
That's a
Thank you, Mom
beautiful
and Dad.
love story.
It is a great love story, and it continues to this day. It is 54 minutes after the hour. The cut sheet has gone far, but Dawn,
Consumer Cellular, really quick.
Yes, thank you.
My sponsor, our sponsor, Consumer Cellular, offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as all the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. even if you're making somebody a special beaded bracelet. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Thank you, Consumer Cellular, for sponsoring our Big Three.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Consumer Cellular. It is Kayal and Company with Opelka in for Nick Kayal on this abbreviated Thanksgiving week on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey guys, it is Nick Kayal, and as you know, I have recently leased 2023 Ridgeline from Piazza Honda of Springfield. If you are a truck person like me, now is the time to visit Piazza Honda in Springfield, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading to take advantage of 0.9% APR or get special finance rates on the Honda Civic, Accord, CR-V, Pilot, and more. The Piazza Auto Group now has 17 brands and 35 locations, my go-to for all things automotive. To find your new or certified pre-owned vehicle, visit today at piazzaautogroup.com.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
Hey, it's Rich Cioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Contract talks between SEPTA and its transit police union are resuming today. There's still no strike yet. A King of Prussia man is charged with attacking his estranged wife in a Walmart parking lot. And down goes the champ. The Eagles beat the Chiefs 21-17 in a thrilling rematch.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Does your broker say, "We're different, we're a fiduciary, we only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think is proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
And so many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is 9 o'clock. Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Michael Pelka, my name. I'm in for Nick this week. Dawn and Gregory are here. Thank God. And we're trying to get to everything. I just thinking about the Rolling Stones. The Stones put out a new album.
So good.
And the Beatles had a new single.
Yep.
Did we set the clocks back too far a couple of weeks ago?
I'm playing this because they just the Rolling Stones just announced a 2024 tour.
Oh,
they're touring. They're coming to Philly, June 11th.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, what? Like,
I'm so tempted to try and go.
I mean, you got to think that this is it, right?
I don't know. The Steel Wheelchairs tour I thought was going to be the end.
By the way, that new album, their best album since Some Girls. I've said that on this.
Wow.
It is a fabulous
That's high
album.
praise. Some Girls was quite an album.
And Mick Jagger sounds great in it. Like, his voice is just amazing.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me that, like, they just defy all odds.
Same age as Joe Biden.
Yeah, I know.
The exact same age as Joe Biden.
We saw them at the Wells Fargo Center. And it's so funny because I was just talking to Maria at Piazza Honda in Springfield about this. She was at that concert. And I thought at first, I was like, Larry, you didn't get us good tickets. Then the stage, extended. Like, the stage had this amazing stage that moved out. And we basically were front row to Mick Jagger singing I Don't Get No Satisfaction. Awesome.
Wow.
Awesome experience.
Yeah.
So the first time I saw the Stones was 1974.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
And where was that? What city?
Chicago.
Okay.
And I think it was ZZ Top and the Funky Disgusting Meters were the opening acts.
Wow.
If
what was that? The Goat's Head Soup tour?
No,
Look at
I think
Greg
it was.
knowing
I think it
that.
was closer to Sticky Fingers. I think Sticky Fingers had been the.
I'm going to challenge you, buddy.
Well, I'd have to go back and look.
Sticky Fingers was like 70 or 71.
Sticky Fingers was the album with the. Let's keep the theme going. It had the zipper on the front, and the initial album release actually had underwear inside.
Yep. Yes.
And the feds made them take it out because it was a fire hazard or something.
Yeah, that album came out in 70 or 71. The Exile on Main Street. That song Happy that I just played came out in 72.
Yeah.
Goat's Head Soup came out in 73.
Well, you're more of a Stones fan than I, but I can also tell you that there may have been a cloud over that concert.
Oh, I can't imagine.
In Chicago Stadium.
I can't imagine.
Mick Jagger swung over the crowd. It was a theater in the round. They put a stage in the center of Chicago Stadium, the hockey arena. And the stage folded down like the points of a star folded out, and the band was in the middle. And at one point, a rope dropped from the gondola, and Jagger, like a Cirque du Soleil performer, put his leg in the rope, and he swung over the entire crowd. All I kept thinking was, dude, if this guy falls, the greatest rock and roll band ever is dead. But yeah, the Stones, if you're an old hippie, you owe it to yourself to try and get to some of these concerts. I know Phil will go. Phil in the back goes to every concert ever.
He's been at 10 Stone shows, he says.
I've only been to 5, I think.
I've never seen them live.
Really?
No. And I'm gonna have to go in June because I feel like this has got to be the end.
Now, will you take the little one with you? Because
No, he's too
yeah,
little.
yeah, he's 3. He'll be almost 4 by next June. So I don't know.
Not even with the earplugs and headphones.
No.
Just so you could say, I took my son to the Stones before.
That would be pretty cool.
Before they all left.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad thought. It's not a bad
Yeah,
idea.
come on. Keep thinking about it.
Yeah.
When Paul McCarthy performed in Delaware, Larry took what?
McCartney, yeah.
Sorry, I'm thinking Kevin. You know,
I knew Paul McCarthy, who had a
Paul
Beatles
McCartney.
tribute band.
When he was in Delaware, and this is like Michael at the time was, I don't know, like 10 or something, and Larry took him just to say you got to see Paul McCartney. You know, you got to see a Beatle.
Yeah.
And Michael still, because he was just old, you know what I mean? When you're like 10, around that age, you would remember it, so he still remembers it. It's a really cool thing.
That's
Dylan's
excellent.
still so young.
Yeah.
What is it, June 11th? Because I looked up Rolling Stones, their first, because they have this Chicago history. Their first concert in Chicago was June 10th and 11th, 1964.
Wow.
So I wonder if June 11th, is that I look at, it's not Mick Jagger's July birthday, but, you know, I just wondered why June 11th is, you know, significant to them.
Well, you know, at that point, back in '64, there was no hockey or basketball being played in the stadium. So it probably had a lot to do with venue availability, believe it or not. And that may have influenced it. But that's 64?
Yeah, June of 64.
Holy cow.
The Rolling Stones record in the U.S. for the first time, and that was their first, like, Chicago, you know, that was their first appearance, if you will.
And Keith Richards had his original blood back then. It's just amazing to me. But it's not the same without Charlie Watts. I will tell you that.
Agreed.
So, you know, again, we talked about this yesterday about how all these bands just aren't the same without the original members, but they can't live forever.
Yep.
And so, you know, you're not going to see ZZ Top. You're not going to see the Stones. You're not going to see so many great Journey, any of them.
John on the YouTube chat says tickets for the Stones sold out in 6 minutes. Oh my God. That's unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Dawn, I know this is of interest to you. America hater Bruce Springsteen has announced he's now going to be back on tour again after apparently his face surgery has settled.
You stop.
No, I'm telling you, if you looked at the pictures they posted of him this weekend when he said, if Trump wins, I'm leaving the country. I swear he had face surgery.
Oh, you mean like a facelift?
Yeah. And I'm betting, because remember they told us, well, he's having a gastric problem and he's going to have to cancel some of these shows. And then he canceled everything. And I'm wondering if Bruce had some work done and it didn't settle correctly. And he had to take a little time out.
You know what? I'm seeing this, and I'm looking at all these different sites, and you're right. There were some people speculating that he did have some plastic surgery procedures.
Work done. That's what I love when they say work done.
And
now,
a hair transplant.
Yeah, it just he doesn't look the same. It's suddenly there's a change in the boss.
They did I don't know if you guys saw it. They did a feature on Stevie Van Zandt on 60 Minutes on Sunday.
No.
After backstage when Springsteen played in Rome, and you talk about somebody who is, I mean, like Stevie is just he's a character, man. I mean, he's like, you know, with the outfits and. You know,
yeah, he always looks like he's a pirate.
He does. Yeah, he kind of takes the mix. He kind of takes the not Mick Jagger, the Keith Richards approach to, you know.
Good for him.
Yeah.
And he's managed to live through it all too.
He has. Yeah.
But then again, with the loss of a key member, since the big man has been gone, since Clarence is gone, is it still the E Street Band?
Well, it's Clarence's son.
Yeah, that's a good
cool.
point. That's a good point.
I think that's really beautiful.
And there was also another member too that died many years ago, the keyboard player or something.
Yes, not. No, I'm trying to think. I almost went to a Bon Jovi member, but no. And is Max Weinberg on tour?
He is. Yep.
Okay, because I know at one point he was very comfortable in his home in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And didn't need the hassle of being on a TV show as the house band either.
I'm looking at these Stones tour dates for 2024, and it like they're doing a very good job. There's not a ton of them, but they're doing a very good job of spreading them out. So it gives them a good chance to rest in between.
Recovery time.
Yeah. It starts in April, April 28th in Houston, Texas, and it ends on July 17th in Santa Clara, California. But there's only 13 dates. So they spread them out a lot. So that's
I'm sure they'll be pretty cheap too.
Well, that's what everybody on
Wow.
the YouTube chat is saying, that these tickets are way too expensive.
Well, they've already sold out, and the concerts aren't for months, so somebody's just making money on that money.
Yeah.
For all that time.
Yep.
Speaking of making money on money, I saw the story about Joe Biden, who's not going to be in Delaware for Thanksgiving.
Uh-oh.
He's not going to be at the place near us. It's about 8 miles from here as the crow flies, or down at the beach. He's not going to be at the $2.74 million paid in full with cash mansion down in Rehoboth. Joe Biden has once again decided to spend Thanksgiving at the home of a very wealthy donor, a guy who has loaned him his $20+ million estate in Nantucket. And I just wonder how this sits with the people who hear Joey telling us, oh, yeah, I'm all for the people being able to sit at the table and put food on the table and talk about who's not sitting at the chair. Meanwhile, Joe and the family will be gathered in Nantucket at David Rubenstein's home. This is a guy who's a buyout tycoon. So he is, as Dawn was talking about, chasing the money earlier. This is probably one of the people who's donated more money to Democrats over the years than anybody else. And the entire Biden clan will be gathered there. And I'm sure they're probably getting ready because James Comer told us that December 4th was the day that we're going to hear about testimony or hear from Hunter Biden and Jim Biden. And you have to wonder if there is some strategizing going on at the huge 13-acre Nantucket spread. This guy is he's part of the Carlyle group that you hear about all the time. They've got $239 billion to almost $300 billion in assets, and so he's the guy who said to Joe, "Just take my place for the vacation, take it again for Thanksgiving." He's done this several times,
So
and
he
I wonder,
won't be there.
No, he won't be there. They turned it over to the family. But why have the biggest beach house in the state of Delaware and not use it for your vacation, not use it for the holidays? It just seems a little extravagant. And it's not like the beach house is inundated with reporters. Yes, Dawn.
I'm raising my hand if you can't see me on
Yes,
YouTube.
Miss Stenslin.
Yes, teacher. No, my question is, because your question is a great one and it's a leading one. So is it because you know how they have to have a log and you have to monitor who comes in, who comes out, right, when the president is present or what have you, and the Bidens have been accused of maybe not keeping such great records when he's in Delaware, but then they kind of clamp down on that. So I just wonder if maybe, he's going to take some meetings with are individuals that they don't necessarily want to log in and log out if they're in the residence of somebody else.
Look at you.
Well, White
What do you
House
think?
logs are mandatory.
Yes.
The White House logs are mandatory. When the Bidens bought the beach house, we were told from day one that that's private time and you're not entitled to know who's there from day one. So we have never been told who meets at the beach house. That is only when they release who showed up. There were a couple times Joe was sitting on the beach with Jill, and they had a guest from another country stop and sit and get sun on the beach together. But we have been told from day one that Rehoboth Mansion is off limits to any requests for who's there and who's not. And I just think if that were Donald Trump and he said, pound sand, we're not telling you who's there, there would be an absolute mutiny about it. So no, they never tell us. And I don't even think they have to tell us about the Delaware, the North Delaware, Wilmington property, because that's also Joe's campaign headquarters.
I'm looking it up, and that's it. But all of these stories that I'm looking at, there are a ton of stories from earlier this year about exactly what you're talking about, because House Republicans wanted some kind of documentation, and so it was a big story. So I just have to wonder if maybe this provides, going here away from Delaware, provides some kind of cover that maybe Wilmington does not provide. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
Well, there is a speculation that I was throwing out there for weeks now that between Thanksgiving and Christmas, the Biden family will decide that it's time for Joey to pull the ripcord.
And you think? Do you think that will happen?
It's so hard. I don't think Jill wants to give up the power. I think
really.
Yeah, she was the one who. Remember, she was the one who decided that they were going to run. And she was the one who paraded through the living room when the media was there in a bikini, and she had written the word no across her stomach when they first decided not to, years and years before it was Trump versus Hillary. So she's been the decider in chief for quite some time, allegedly, reportedly. I'm just telling you what's on the streets of mean streets of Wilmington, Delaware.
Well, right now she's having fun, right? This is the first lady's time to shine, where you decorate the White House and, right, the White House Christmas, and they're doing all of that with the Christmas tree and everything, the holiday tree. So maybe she wants to have that hurrah, and maybe they'll decide. That's fascinating, though, that it's Jill Biden pushing for him to run again.
Well, I wonder, because, she's got to think, if we kept him this far, if we got him this far, and he's obviously had challenges and cognitive issues, can we just get him another 4 years? Because they're set for life. I don't know how much more they need. And they'll have protection and a salary and health care and everything they could want. Every former president has everything they could need for the rest of their lives. But the Bidens don't have the ability to do what the Obamas did and cash in on it and write books. Because otherwise Joe might have done that when he was between vice president and president. He did not. So the only answer is to retain power and to keep that cachet. And maybe that's where they go. Just throwing that out there.
No, it's fascinating. That it's not about money, but it's about loving that power, being in the White House.
Yeah, you're not getting paid a lot of money as president. And I think you guys talked about this late last week. The president of the United States is not the highest paid gig in the country. If it were, maybe we'd get different people running for it. Maybe you'd get better candidates who would want to get paid. Shouldn't it be a $100 million a year job? Or is that ridiculous? Should the president of the United States be the highest paid gig in the country?
It's a great question.
Because what do we pay him? $400,000?
Yeah.
And he has to pay for his own food. He gets free rent. But the White House sends a bill to whoever the president is every month for food. So you do pay for your food, not state dinners, of course. But you apparently are charged with food. So
what about the dog food?
Well, you mean Secret Service agents?
Oh.
Sorry, is that wrong? We have heard nothing about the Secret Service agents. Was it 16 bites that had happened under this administration? And the mainstream media couldn't wait to tell us Donald Trump doesn't have a pet. He must be a horrible person because he does not have an animal. And yet here you have the guy who's got animals that are attacking everyone in the area. So there it is. We have the mystery movie coming up here this morning. I was just checking my notes. The 9:20 morning mystery movie, And we do have, another $50 gift card to New Deck Tavern in University City. $50 gift card to New Deck Tavern in University City if you are, the 12th caller, Gregory?
Yes.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah? Maybe this will refresh your memory.
I don't know. It's still kind of hazy.
How about this?
Yeah, I remember him. I used to see him around. Why do you want to know?
I can't tell you that.
Well, maybe this will help.
I really don't think I should.
Yeah, you still don't think so?
All right, his name is Nordberg. He's a cop.
He was no cop. He was dealing H.
What?
I'm telling you, he was dirty.
Oh, you snuffling scum. I ought to run you in right now.
All right. He worked at Ludwig Shipping. He tried to push something on one of my boys. I swear it. So what are you going to do about it, copper?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Yes, the great prize, which I already spilled the beans on. It's a $50 gift card to New Deck Tavern in University City here in Philadelphia. If you don't understand that clue, if you haven't figured that one out, I don't know if we can be friends. I'm just saying. You had me at Nordberg. It is 9:21. Mike Opelka with you, sitting in for Nick Kayal this abbreviated week on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Confidence is super high this fall in Philadelphia sports, and I want to tell you why you should be super confident getting your car serviced at United Tire. Right now, you'll get the very best pricing of the year with their Black Friday sales event. Great prices, best rebates, and most of all, quality service work, plus owners providing tremendous customer service. Now through December 5th, save big and choose who services your car. Choose United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th. In the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds.
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
For breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Hatfield Pork brings flavor to the table the whole family will enjoy and keep you moving through the day. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you can feel good about serving. Explore endless meal possibilities with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground sausage, ham, and bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
9:25 on this Tuesday, which is kind of like a hump day because of the shortened week. It's Michael Pelkin for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company. Dawn's here, Greg's here, and of course the boys in the back keeping everything on the rails. We have a winner coming up in the morning mystery movie clip. I just was taking a quick look on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
It gets a little brutal in there sometimes.
Oh, yeah. You should hear what they, like I'm usually the brunt of most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but people can be really brutal.
I think Underwear Hour took a little bit of the heat off you today. Just saying. If you weren't here earlier, people, you have to go back and listen or watch the early part of the show when we talked about the phenomenon, sleepaway camp phenomenon of Underwear Hour. We will leave that for a further discussion, but apparently it's a little more pervasive in other parts of the world than I thought, especially among our Marines. But a different topic for a different hour. Dawn's eyes just lit up. Wait, the Marines? Underwear Hour? Yeah,
I'm in.
Full Metal Jacket. You just go watch that. We do have the Morning Mystery movie clip and a winner, and Arlene is in Philadelphia. Arlene, welcome to the program. Sorry?
Marlene.
Marlene. I thought you said Arlene. Hello, Marlene. Apologies.
Hello. You ready?
I am.
Okay. That was the Naked Gun.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Well done. Well done,
Thank you.
Marlene. You're the wiener, and you get the $50 gift card to New Deck Tavern in University City in Philadelphia. Do you have a bird in the background chirping?
I do. It's a parakeet.
Does it say anything that we should be worried about having to hit the button? Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You're fabulous. Thank you. Have a happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. A lot of people quoting some of the memorable lines from Naked Gun.
Yeah.
That Priscilla Presley comes to mind when Leslie Nielsen had an exchange with Priscilla Presley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the stuffed
Yes, animal.
Yeah.
Yeah, something Cardi B would not be worried about. It's not on Cardi B's list of animals we'd be drowning in. It is 28 minutes after the hour. We do have another version of the cut sheet coming up, but we also have Dawn's Big Three at 9, do we not?
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
So reportedly a deal is in the works, and we have for the first time a timeline of what's going on. So we're hearing that this is between Israel and Hamas, and the U.S. is involved in these delicate negotiations that we keep hearing about. Reportedly, and this is CNN, some of the major networks are reporting this, that they're very close. They're on the cusp of reaching a deal that could be announced as early as today. So I'll give you the timeline in just a moment. But what would the deal look like? That Hamas would release 50 women and children hostages, including some Americans, that the militant, well, CNN calls it a militant group. We choose to say the terrorists kidnapped these individuals from their homes.
Wow.
October 7th, militant group. Can you
Militant
believe that?
group.
A militant group.
Isn't that what they
Wow.
call? Isn't that what they call the J6ers? Too?
Yeah. Well put.
Wow.
And that was obviously this has been since October 7th. So this would be in exchange for a 4 to 5 day pause in fighting and 3 Palestinian prisoners that are in Israeli prisons for every hostage released. So this is the latest.
Boo. I'm sorry. That's not a fair deal.
Yeah.
And who decides who's a woman? I didn't think we could define a woman.
Can you imagine? The timeline that they're giving, and I found this one interesting. So Israel's war, because remember, within the last less than 24 hours, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu personally had met with some of the families of some of these hostages, right? Now we're hearing Israel's war cabinet will meet today, 6 p.m. their time, which, of course, our time, Eastern time, is 11 a.m. Then their security cabinet would meet at noon, and then the government within an hour later. So it looks like we'll have a thumbs up or a thumbs down on this midday, probably
So
during the Dom show.
It goes to the war cabinet, then to who's second?
And then, so it's Israel's war cabinet. That would be 11 a.m. our time. Then their security cabinet, and then
the
I guess,
Knesset.
and then the full, and
yeah,
then
the
their-
Knesset will meet and vote.
And
there were
would take
there
a
were a
vote.
lot of people that weren't happy about this in the Knesset and some of the stuff I watched yesterday. Wow, this is going to be fascinating to watch, but let's hope they get them all out.
Yeah. And we are sponsored this morning. I should have said this. We are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, as many certainly are praying that these hostages will come home. They're saying among those 50, it's speculated one would be 3-year-old toddler Abigail Eden, who's the youngest American hostage. And Abigail's parents were actually killed by Hamas, by the terrorists.
Oh, my God.
October 7th. So the grandparents, the family is hoping and praying that they'll get Abigail back. And so, but they're saying they still are holding out hope that at least 200 hostages are hoped to be alive. But there are some babies. There are many different nationalities. So we, as you said earlier this morning, Mike Opelka, proof of life, proof of life, proof of life.
We did see some kind of strange security video out of the hospital yesterday that appeared to show some hostages actually being wheeled on gurneys into that facility. But there's been no additional confirmation of that. So we don't know who those folks are. But 50 is a start. It's not the solution.
This is true. Since you were talking about deer hunting, and a lot of times Thanksgiving holiday for so many people in across our region in particular, this is a real Thanksgiving tradition, right? Deer hunting season. We had earlier, you had brought up the so-called zombie deer chronic wasting disease, CWD. So the CDC, according to the CDC, originally this was not in this part of the country. It is now. So the good news here, zombie deer disease or CWD, it's not, as I'm looking this map up, it's not in Delaware, it's not in New Jersey, but indeed it is in Pennsylvania.
Ooh.
And particularly, in central and more western Pennsylvania. And the CDC gives a map and they have the red dots. So some of them, they say they had it, but they wiped it out. They felt like they eradicated it. Here in Pennsylvania, unfortunately, they are documenting that there are deer with this chronic wasting disease. And so what that means is it's a brain-eating type virus.
So it's kind of like, it sounds like a brain-eating virus. And when we go back to Jacob Crutchfeld, and those were the mad cows, that cows were being fed other cows as meat, which caused the bacteria in their brains to get crazy. And that is the deterioration, the prions in the brain that created all these holes. And that was the origin of mad cow. Was somebody feeding deer to deer is that I wonder how this all started. Now I have to do some homework on this.
It sounds like a horror movie, quite
Yeah,
frankly.
well, Mad Cow was a horror movie and then became a reality. So let's hope this is. Let's hope they can stop it. I don't know how you stop it because it's obviously going to come all the way across the state.
No cases of the CWD, the so-called zombie deer disease, have been reported in humans to date. But research does suggest it does pose a risk to humans, and that's why they're putting out this word to just warn everybody. First of all, roadkill. That's why you never want to go and touch, the roadkill, even try to get it off the road. Don't touch it unless you have, wear some gloves. But as far as hunters, they're just giving them a heads up. It looks to me like they did have at one point, there was a case where some firefighters were out deer hunting. They actually consumed it, but they properly cooked it, and they did not get sick.
Well, thank God.
So,
Ted Nugent is somebody who pushes deer hunting for food banks, and they give 250 million meals a year in terms of deer meat to food banks around the country. So I wonder what his organization is doing to make sure they're not culling the wrong deer for this. So, stay tuned. We'll do an update on it tomorrow.
I was going to have number 3 as a recall because we've had some different fruits that were linked to listeria, right? And these are peaches that you can send, some fruits, melon and some peaches, this CDC. But I'm just, that was 11 cases. It's mostly out west. I don't see it necessarily as striking our area, but some people do mail fruit for the holidays. But I am just seeing that, in fact, we have confirmed that SEPTA regional rail conductors and engineers have authorized a strike.
Oh, boy. And starting when?
As the negotiations continue with the transit police, who are threatening that but have not gone off on the strike. So this is the other faction of SEPTA threatening to strike. And the two unions that represent SEPTA, regional rail conductors and engineers, have authorized a walkout. Because remember, a lot of these unions, they've been working since, I think, last March, April, without a contract. And they've been subject to things like a lot of violence. We saw the SEPTA bus driver who was shot, an innocent victim of that. And they're fed up. So the Monday deadline, they had a Monday deadline yesterday. That passed. And so now this is becoming quite tense. So I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Do they indicate when a strike could take effect?
They're not, because they've authorized it, and they're just, I think they're putting the heat on the city to say that here for the engineers and the conductors, our union workers here for our SEPTA regional rail, they make far less than any other U.S. passenger railroad system. That's what they're saying. They're angry, and so the tension is reportedly growing this morning. So that pressure is on.
Wow.
Well, that's
just
a
in time.
shame.
Just in time for the cold weather when you need your public transit
right?
as well.
And you need a spa day. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, our sponsor, the secrets of finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. That's josephanthony.com. A great spa experience. What a great gift. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3.
Thank you, Dawn. Gregory, time for part deux.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2, sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit ConsumerCellular.com to switch today. ConsumerCellular.com. Switch today. Ron DeSantis was on the Fox and Friends morning show while we were yentering it up this morning. And he said something that we've been talking about here for a while. There's a lot of conspiracies about Gavin Newsom, because if you guys remember, I believe Hannity, Mike, is hosting a debate between DeSantis and Newsom next week.
Yeah, this is kind of like the minor league World Series, is it not? It's like this is like a baseball having another playoff, but between the minor league teams.
Well, he's doing it apparently because he believes that the Democrats want to move Biden out and that Gavin Newsom is running a shadow campaign. This was Ron DeSantis on This Morning. Go.
You know, Governor, we've been talking over the last couple of days, actually the last couple of weeks, about how the polling shows that so many people would like somebody else to be running on the Democrat side. Obviously, with his birthday yesterday at 81, the oldest American president, people are saying he's too old to do that. A lot of people are saying maybe Plan B is Gavin Newsom. You are going to sit across from Gavin Newsom a week from this Thursday with the big debate against Sean Hannity.
The big debate.
I know in your head, you would like to be the nominee on the Republican side. Gavin Newsom, you know he wants to be the Democrat. Is this a preview of 2024?
No question.
In your dream sequence?
Look, he is running a shadow campaign. Even people in his own party are saying that. A lot of Democrats want to move Biden out. And so, you know, you could have Harris, you could have Newsom, you could have a lot of different people. But I think it's important that Republican voters get the sense that we may not be running against Biden. So I think what he's done in California, Governor Newsom, causing a mass exodus out of the state, you've really seen cities collapse there. That is what he would want to do for this entire country. And it would accelerate the collapse we've seen under Joe Biden. So the stakes are really high for America. Yes, we can sit there and talk about Florida versus California. I mean, people are flooding into Florida because we've stood for freedom and prosperity. They're leaving California because they can't even keep the streets safe. Unless President Xi Jinping from China comes, then they clean everything up. But other than that, the people live in squalor. So I think it's an important debate for the country. And yes, he is looming to potentially run for the Democrats. So we got to be ready for that.
90-minute debate in Alpharetta, Georgia. Sean will be flying down there on Thursday and meeting the two of you. Thank you so much.
She would know.
What?
No, I'm sorry. Was my mic on?
Oops. Yes, she would. I have it on good authority. Oh, my God. That's so wrong, but so right. At the very beginning of that, did Fox not have a current photo of Gavin Newsom when they did the very open? It looks like his college photo.
Yeah.
The hairline has changed, and as someone who is tonsorially challenged, as you can see, I'm sensitive to hair. But that was just bizarro, the promo photo they put together with Hannity standing like a bad rom-com, like a Hallmark film, standing with his arms crossed in front of them. The big debate.
The Odd Couple.
It's so bizarro. Now, DeSantis is right. I'm going to tell you, he's right to say we may not be facing Joe Biden next fall. So why not have it? But and he's right to point out that California is a mess. Going to lose, I think, up to 5 House seats. And I got a report from San Francisco this morning after the APEC summit is gone and left town. The poop is back, the syringes are back, and the homeless people are back.
Of course, just in time. We got the
where
dictator out of there, and now it's time to bring all the homeless back.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody.
Yeah. Welcome back. So I want to. I don't have time to play this entire report, but I want to get your take on the timing of this. So just yesterday, as Elon Musk was dropping the lawsuit against Media Matters, a 22-year-old recent college graduate also dropped a lawsuit against Elon Musk for what he calls. He says that Musk amplified a conspiracy theory which alleged Ben Brody, he's 22 years old, was part of a false flag event. So he's suing, I guess, Elon Musk and Twitter for claiming that he was part of some organization that he wasn't. This is just a little bit of the report last night on CNN. Cut 13, guys, go.
Musk is facing a different battle, and he's facing a lawsuit that you may not have heard about. It centers on a 22-year-old, named Ben Brody, who says his life was turned upside down by a conspiracy theory amplified by Musk on Twitter, which is what it was called at the time. Brody has never told his story on camera until he agreed to talk with our Donnie O'Sullivan. This is the exclusive report.
I was just, oh my God, is this for real?
22-year-old Ben Brody was at home in Riverside, California when
I started getting these text messages from my friends. You're accused of being a neo-Nazi Fed. Look at all this stuff that's being said about you. And I was like, okay, this is just some prank.
But it wasn't a prank. 1,000 miles away near Portland, Oregon, two far-right extremist groups had gotten into a fight while protesting against a pride event. Ben Brody was not there, but online trolls tried to guess who was involved using a video of the crowd. They found random photos of Ben online.
They said, oh, this person looks like him. He has to be this person. You know, there's no way it's not him. It was just like an assumption that just went wrong.
A person in the video resembled Ben, but even though it definitely was not him, the trolls thought they had found their man. They pulled information from Ben's fraternity page, which said after graduation he plans to work for the government, and turned that into a lie that he was a federal agent who was infiltrating the extremist group to make them look bad, a so-called false flag operation.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Ben Brody, and I wanted to address the false accusations against me.
Desperate to clear his name, Ben made this video. He even posted time-stamped surveillance footage showing him at a store in California at the same time the brawl was happening near Portland. But the false claims about Ben's involvement continued to spread. Even the owner of Twitter, now X, Elon Musk, weighed in, posting to his millions of followers, looks like one is a college student who wants to join the government, and another is maybe an Antifa member, but nonetheless a probable false flag situation.
I knew that this was snowballing, but once Elon Musk commented, I was like, boom, that's the final nail in the coffin.
And how much did it intensify then after Musk's involvement?
It massively intensifies it. This guy DM'd me on Instagram. He's like, now even Elon Musk thinks that you're a Fed. And what was really scary too is that these people were threatening to tell my school. And I was scared that I wasn't going to graduate.
So, yeah, it's an interesting story. I mean, look, I hate social media. I absolutely hate social media because stuff like this happens. But it is interesting, the timing of this whole thing.
Well, I think Musk very wisely covered his butt. Mm-hmm. You know, he absolutely said, it looks like this is two people. I'm paraphrasing. And one is a guy who hopes to work for the government. The other is Antifa.
Yeah.
So I don't think Musk's lawyers will dispense with this pretty quickly. And this guy, it's unfortunate that he looks like this person in some frame, but he certainly shouldn't have had gone through all of that. And maybe once the complaint went out, Musk's I guess they're called trust division could have worked to eliminate the people that were trying to claim this guy was Antifa or a false flag operator.
Yeah. It's interesting. We should keep our eye on that. All right, we should also keep our eye on the clock. So
yes, we have to take a break. When we come back, let's find out what the hell is happening on The Dawn Show and who won social media. It's Michael Pelkin for Nick Kayal, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, the day after Thanksgiving, like most people, you're going to be sitting there thinking, maybe it's time to lose some weight as you're sitting there shopping online, right? Well, check out this very special Black Friday deal. If you go over to njdiet.com to schedule your consultation, they will contractually guarantee, that you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. NJ Diet helps you the natural way. They start with your hair and saliva samples along with their bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements where the side effect is weight loss. Then NJ Diet uses DNA testing to determine your ideal diet and workout regimen so you keep the weight off. And best of all, NJ Diet's all natural. None of those injections, no hormones, no surgery, no shots. Full supervision provided every step of the way, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, Princeton, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online video consultations. So call them now, 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET or NJDiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Planning a road trip to visit family and friends this holiday season? Now is the perfect time to make sure your car is getting optimal gas mileage. First, check your tires and make sure they are inflated to proper pressure. Remove heavy items like golf clubs from your car and plan on packing light. And minimize stops on longer trips to help maximize your fuel economy. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. My friends come on and you know them. We talk about the sports you care about, football, and now basketball too, though we don't really pay attention until later in the year, and the absurdity that is our lives. Line etiquette at your local pharmacy, the current phase of the moon, the importance of talking to a human being on the phone, and most importantly, the power of a box of that. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 9:53 on a Tuesday. Feels like a Wednesday. Feels like hump day because of the shortened week. Kayal and Company, Opelka in for Nick Kayal, Don Stenslin, Gregory Stocker, and all of you joining us. And tomorrow, just in case anyone's keeping track, Underwear Hour will be the 7 o'clock hour. It's a lot of chatter about Underwear Hour on the YouTube channel, and people talking about their SpongeBob underwear. I don't have time for all of it. Dawn, what is happening today on the Dawn Show?
Well, obviously, we're keeping an eye to these very delicate, ongoing negotiations that involve the United States of America, but between Israel and Hamas. will our American hostages be freed today, right before Thanksgiving holiday. So we're waiting for that word, and hopefully we'll get some idea between, it looks like 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. today. So that may be a breaking story that happens either during my show or during the Dom show, but that's why we want you to stay here live and local, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day. So,
yes,
we're going to watch that. There's a lot of breaking news here in Philadelphia. We're talking about strikes. We're talking about the Johnny Dock trial. There's a whole lot going on here, as well as this crime ring that has been broken up in the suburbs. I'll talk about that. But I had mentioned to you about changing healthcare, and sometimes some of these politically popular types of healthcare, like let's say for trans folks, those are in, what's out, and who suffers, who loses out of that. So we will talk to our friend Eric Calciano, who is a biggity big in the insurance industry and an advocate, part of an advocacy group. So we'll talk to Eric and get his take on all of this. And of course, I'll go on my rant as to how it affected my life and my Michael. But we've got some Donald J. Trump news as well. So in the 11 a.m. hour, we'll break that down with Andy Bloom and other experts as we look at the election upcoming, shaping up, and the recount that's still happening, the counting of the votes to make them official here in Pennsylvania. We'll talk about that. There's a lot.
Argentina can do it in one day, and it's all paper votes, and we're still counting.
Right?
It's crazy. Gregory, who won social media today?
Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind. I'm going to give Twitter to the greater Chris. He said, to summarize today, hit 5,000 YouTube subscribers due to Michael Pelka's underwear marketing. Drop below 5,000 subscribers due to Mike's turkey boycott on Thanksgiving. Greg hated eating around kids. Now he's surrounded by them in Applebee's. Yes, all of that is correct. The greater Chris wins Twitter. And as far as YouTube, I'm giving it to Joseph Hauserman. But Joseph, I'm sorry, you had a funny line earlier, and I had it written down, and I lost a piece of paper, and now I can't go back and find out what it was. But you win YouTube for a comment you made, I think, in the 7 o'clock hour. I just don't remember what it is. So
wow.
I made a mental note of to myself, and I have 90,000 papers in front of me, and I lost whatever you said. So you went Twitter.
I've told you a trillion times not to exaggerate.
Best Work Industries for the Blind, for the Blind's e-commerce stores, helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenters.com offers traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now and save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. That's BestWorkSupplyCenter.com.
Thank you, Gregory. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, everybody. Stick around. Dawn has 5 pounds of show in a 1 pound bag. I can't even begin to tell you how much she's got. So, God willing, I'll be back tomorrow. Till next time, for Kayal and Company, testudo, my friends, testudo.
Thanksgiving is a time to surround ourselves with loved ones and give thanks for the blessings that are bestowed upon us. As Thanksgiving kicks off the holiday season, Crash Proof